Well, good morning, and we will go ahead and get started. I want to welcome everyone to the 10th Annual Library of Congress Teaching with Primary Sources Librarian Day, or TLD as we refer to it. I'm Peggy O'Neill-Jones, and I'm the director of the Teaching with Primary Sources program at Metro State and for the Western region. It's really hard for me to believe that for the 10th year that I'm welcoming teachers to this event. The Teaching with Primary Sources program, it started as a relatively small program in a few states. TPS is now in 28 states, and through the regional program, it serves nearly all 50 states. This year, History Colorado is our co-sponsor, and we value that relationship, which helps us connect with more and more teachers like you each year. And TLD has come a long way. Teachers like you continually seek opportunities to learn more about your students and to help them have a deeper, broader, and richer educational experience through professional development opportunities like this. Thank you for all you do and for taking the time away from your very busy classroom to be with us today. We have an amazing lineup of speakers, and we're working to build new networks with you and with your colleagues. And I want to welcome you to the TLD 2014. Oops. Okay, so I'll see if my slideshow works. If not, okay. Well, I'll talk about what's new at the Teaching with Primary Sources program. First of all, we actually, at Metropolitan State University of Denver, we have 3 grants, 3 TPS projects that are underway. We have the Teaching with Primary Sources at Metro State, which is for Colorado, and we can customize the TPS program to meet the needs of your district, and we also do this without charge. If you have an opportunity or ideas for us to work with us, please just give us a call. We also manage the Teaching with Primary Sources regional program, and we work with 14 Western states to bring the TPS program to those states. A new project that we just launched in January is the Teaching with Primary Sources Teachers Network. This is a social media network and has been what has somewhat been missing in the TPS program, which is a way for teachers to connect in a conversation with the Library of Congress about using the millions of primary sources that are available for instruction. You're welcome to join the TPS Teachers Network, and Mary Johnson will speak a little bit later about the network and about becoming part of the primary source conversation. One of the things that we added this year is a very strong social media component. And Todd Wolf and Lee Ridley, they are here, and they're going to give you the information about hashtags and live streaming and all those kinds of words. So Lee and Todd.
Hello, welcome to TLD 2014. I almost said 2012, but 2014, there we go. We just wanted to briefly talk about how we have, well, wireless here. Wireless is SOC, that's weird. SOC guest is the login, guest username. There we go, guest 1 is the password. But we also wanted to talk about today that we have, we've built a social media campaign, and there it is, and we're using the Twitter hashtags TLD 2014, so please feel free to, as you're watching speakers, as you are getting new information and things that you're excited about, tweet to this, because we have a very, very strong social media campaign based around these this hashtag. So here's Lee real quick, and then I'll get back into some other stuff.
Hi there. When Todd and I started planning this social media campaign for this event back in January, one of the things we asked ourselves is, what is our goal? What are we trying to accomplish? And the number one priority we decided was we wanted to engage with our current attendees as well as past year's attendees and get people thinking and talking about TLD 2014. So, and again, since this is the 10-year anniversary, we also wanted to showcase how much this event has evolved and changed over the last 10 years. So we decided to use little video snippets, clips from previous presenters' talks, and so we watched all this footage from past years. And the hardest part of this whole campaign was we had so much fabulous material. How do we could only use a small percentage, a handful of presenters, take their 15-minute talk down to 1 or 2 minutes, but we came up with a list and we started releasing little clips on YouTube every couple of days, and then we would tweet them using the hashtags that Todd talked about, TLD 2014 and 10 Years of TLD. We put them on our Facebook and Google Plus pages, and we started to see some conversations going, so we were really excited about that. We also put together about a 10-minute video that you'll see right after lunch that really showcases the 10 years, how the event has changed. And for those of you that have been around for a long time, you'll get a kick out of seeing how the hairstyles have changed. And lastly, I want to just say, as Todd mentioned, if you have a fond memory of a past TLD, or if you're using something in your classroom that you learned at TLD, or if you hear something today that you're excited about, let us know. Tweet it, visit our Facebook page, visit our Google Plus page, and if you haven't seen the YouTube videos, I encourage you to go out and take a look. You can easily find them on YouTube. Just search for TPS at MSU Denver on YouTube and you'll find them.
And then that TPS at MSU Denver is also where you can find our live stream, which you really wouldn't need because you're here. But we are doing a live stream event, so we're streaming to the internet for people who couldn't make it in, for people obviously not living in Colorado at the time. And the last thing that I wanted to show real quick is our revamped social media. It's a blog, it's our website, but it's geared towards information about our program, but also some tech tools, just some really cool stuff that we're going to show over the next coming months. And then Taylor, if you click on Connect, yep, that one. That is where you can find us on all social media. So just go to tpsconnect.org/connect and friend us or follow us or like us or what all you can do, all four, and more probably. We'll probably have some more up there soon. So please keep in touch with us, and that's it. Thank you.
Yes, Todd and Lee have been working very hard on getting our foot more than wet in social media. Well, each year the TLD program gets stronger, and each year we see new faces and welcome, and we also see plenty of familiar faces, and some of those I want to recognize. Some of our returning veterans, and I know I've left some names out, but some of our people who have been here for the 10 or so years: Kim Caselli, Tony Cortez, Peggy Cummings, Jen Drotar, Deanna DeRay, Denise Edelwitz, Beatrice Garrish, Bernadette Lamont, Kim Larson, Richie Nelson, Sandy Novak, Sherry Pemberton, Celine Perea, Marnie Rausch, Randy Satcher, Evelyn Scott, Sharon Stevens, Kay Tucker, Pat White, and if I left you off, I'm sorry. We're so glad to have you back. And for those of you that are new, we hope to see you in the years to come. I also want to thank our grantor and biggest supporters, the Library of Congress Teaching with Primary Sources program, and the Educational Outreach team in Washington, D.C. And some of them are watching this today as part of our live streaming. TLD is possible because of their funding, their vision, their leadership, and a firm belief in the power of learning through primary sources. So before we get started with TLD 2014, there are, of course, some housekeeping things that we need to take care of. First of all, lunch, very important. It'll arrive a little before noon, and you can eat it here in the auditorium if you choose to. Many of our speakers will be available during lunch, so feel free to visit with them. And we'll also begin our TLD retrospective video that Todd and Lee referenced. That will be toward the end of lunch, so be sure and be situated by 12:30 so you can watch our retrospective video. Another really important element, cake. Please join us commemorating the 10 years of TLD by enjoying cake at the afternoon break. The grad credit requirement, there's a grad credit sheet at the registration table which has all of the information. There's a half credit of graduate credit available through today. You'll need a half-page reflection and plus a payment of $27.50, but all those details, again, are at the registration table. For those of you that want sub-reimbursement, you can drop your paperwork off at the registration table. And for parking, unlike previous years, we cannot validate or pay for parking at History Colorado. That's the price we pay for having the event at such a beautiful venue and at the new History Colorado Museum. One thing at the end of the day, we will have a raffle ticket, and your ticket is in your program booklet on the inside of the back cover. Be sure and keep that, because at the end of the day, we'll be raffling items such as large format primary sources, History Colorado family passes, passes to the cell at the Art Museum, a swag bag from Edmodo, and others. And one other thing, we're also going to have a special raffle that includes our new social media followers. What that means is that if you go on Twitter and follow TPS at MSU Denver, or if you like us on Facebook or Google+, your name will be entered into a special raffle, which will raffle after TLD. So there's a chance you might win even after the event is over. I think that takes care of our introduction and of the housekeeping, and I think now we're ready to start TLD 2014. Our first speaker is J.J. Rutherford. J.J. is the Director of Education here at History Colorado. He has an MA in Museum Education from the University of Colorado at Boulder and a BA in History from Princeton University. Her presentation, Engaging 21st Century Learners by Badging History. J.J.
Thank you. And as the first speaker, it is also my job to welcome you to History Colorado and to the History Colorado Center. We are thrilled to have you all here, our smarter and more nimble library colleagues. We have a lot to learn from you. So I'm excited to share this project with you today and to test out the live streaming and see if it works. It's also for parents. Hi, Mom and Dad. Hope it's working. Don't call me if it's not, because they tend to do that. So you guys at the stress table, grab my phone if it rings. But you get to see a lot of what it is that we do here at History Colorado in the exhibits when you come and visit. And hopefully you have been here before, but if you've not, please enjoy the museum. But you might not know about what we have going on behind the scenes. So that's what I'm going to be talking to you about today. What is it that we are trying to do? Well, our very small goal is to create the most informed, engaged citizenry in the nation that understands the present in the context of the past, so that we can come together and build a better Colorado. Easy, right? Well, we are concerned about political divisiveness, about apathy, about low voter turnout, about the fact that we don't talk about politics with each other. We don't often even associate with people that don't think as we do politically. So that's a problem, and there is something that we can do for that, and we need to practice. And social studies education is a great place to practice those civic participation skills. Colorado is a state that is rapidly changing. This is not news to anyone. But how is it that we ground students that are not from Colorado, or perhaps not from Colorado, or newly arrived from eastern states, as I did, in this place in this time, so that they start to care about our state? Social studies education can do that. It can teach kids critical thinking skills, collaboration, cooperation, analysis, an ability to think for oneself. So our goal is to put authentic, relevant stories into the hands of students across the state and teachers. And we can do that through field trips for the students who are able to come and visit the History Colorado Center. We've been thinking a lot about what it is we do for students in the rest of the state. For the first time, it's actually feasible that teachers will be teaching more social studies in the classroom. We had a school here yesterday, very well-behaved school, but the teachers had never, fourth grade class, teachers had never taught history, never taught social studies. This was the first time. We know why it was the first time. But they're hitting it hard. Everything they're doing this year is Colorado history, so we love that. But that's a sad state, that those students have never had social studies education in the classroom yet. For the past decade, as you all know, social studies education has been losing ground as the subjects that are assessed, reading, writing, and math, get more and more of the class time. Well, that situation is starting to change. As of 2009, when our new standards were passed here in Colorado, and the new assessments that will follow. This spring, next week, next month, very soon, our students will start to be assessed in social studies at 4th grade, 7th grade, and 12th grade. And that presents an opportunity for us. Teachers have not taught social studies in years, and they need resources to teach quality social studies. So what have we done? Well, the first thing we're doing is we are taking 5 of our most compelling and relevant and diverse stories that we have here at the History Colorado Center, and we're translating them into digital learning environments. These are rich in primary sources, multimedia, they're compelling, they're engaging, they've been tested and vetted by students. The first one is Amachi, Japanese internment during World War II. Colorado not only had an internment camp, but also the only governor who stood up and said, this is wrong, this is racist, and this is unconstitutional. Ben Sport, in the 1840s in Colorado, we have multiple cultures coming together and engaging in a trade network that spans globally in relative peace and prosperity. Lincoln Hills, which is a story of recreation in Colorado, but also about segregation and racism. And we have 2 more to come. We'll be working, after we finish Lincoln Hills, which is not yet complete, we'll be working on the ancient people of Colorado and also on homesteading and settlement patterns. There are project postcards on your table if you want the web address and want to learn more about this. But just an FYI, don't get in there right now because there's an autoplay movie and we'll know if you're in there and not listening. So when we're done with our 5 learning environments, and we're not yet complete, we will be creating digital badges that will be layered on top of these learning environments. We got funding for the digital badges. We got funding for the online learning environments through local Colorado companies, and then for the digital badges through a federal funding source, the Institute of Museums and Library Services. But we have a lot of partners invested in this work as well. Colorado Council for the Social Studies and CDE are always supportive of our work, and we love them very much. The Center for the American West is going to be creating, that's at CU in Boulder, we'll be creating resources for teachers, background information for teachers that want to learn more before teaching these stories in their environment. Hi Jason, he's working on this grant. I'll talk to you more later. And eNet Colorado, who many of you know as well, is our professional development partner. So they'll help us to create webinars as well as 1 credit hour workshops that we'll be able to offer around the state and virtually. And the governor, lieutenant governor, so cool, this is how we roll in Colorado. They are also invested in this work, and they also want a generation of students who grow to be citizens who love Colorado and are invested in where they live and want to build a better Colorado. So to that end, they have offered to create videos that the students will get access to or unlock after they have earned their digital badges. Perhaps while jumping out of a plane, if we have enough money. So our grant began in October, and we jumped right in with front-end evaluation. Some of you might have seen the survey or helped push it out or even had your classes partake in it. But we wanted to learn as much as we could about digital badges. Who's using them? What do you want to see? How would you like to use them? Do you have no experience? So we created a survey for both students and teachers to ask them everything that we could think of. And 8 weeks later, we had about 400 students respond from across the state, from 3rd grade through 12th grade. And we had 87 teachers from across the state tell us about how they'd like to use badges and their badging experience and what would be important to them, as well as what kind of internet access they have, because as you all well know, this is not a slam dunk in Colorado. We still have issues. We have schools that are wired and have wonderful equipment that's locked up. We have schools that are barely wired and some that are using dial-up. We also have a digital educator advisory board. You might see some of these folks here today. But they represent a mix of urban and rural teachers. These are folks that are early adopters of technology in their classrooms, and they're helping to inform badge design as we get this information coming in from the field as well from our surveys. We're just beginning our journey in how we're going to measure success. We're using Google Analytics right now for the digital learning environments themselves. We started this, I think it was December 15th, and we know that in the first 2 weeks we received 533 unique visitors and about 2,000 page views, and people were staying for about 3.5 minutes each. This is just for the websites right now. So once we roll out the badges, we will also use Google Analytics, but we'll be able to track badge use through how many students are logging in and earning badges, and teachers, and how many teachers are signing up for classes. So what we're doing now is trying to marry what we heard from our students, what they want in badges, and what we heard from our teachers. They're different, not surprisingly, but our students want fun and competition, and they want games, and our teachers want boring stuff. They want to be able to see how long their students have been in there, and how many badges, their progress, where they might get tripped up or stuck. When we create these badges, we will have 3 layers. We'll have an easy, a medium, and a hard badge that will roughly correspond to our 4th grade, 7th grade, and 11th grade standards. And we're not going to call them easy, medium, and hard. We'll come up with something that's a little bit more Colorado. So if you have suggestions, please let me know. But perhaps a silver, gold, platinum, or a green circle, blue square, black diamond, or something like that. But here's an example of what an easy badge might look like, a medium badge, and a difficult badge. Badge management, so an example of a student login, students will need to create they need an email address to get in here, and they'll need to create a password. Teachers will also be able to create administrative accounts. So they can, when a student comes in, they can either just go about and earn badges by themselves, looking through the digital learning environments and finding all this information and synthesizing it and putting it together, or they can sign up under a teacher so the teacher can track their progress and see what it is that they're up to. An example of what the student badge page might look like as the students earn badges. And an example of the teacher page. So Johnny comes in and says, well, I did my homework last night. I earned a digital badge. And the teacher can say, well, actually, Johnny, you haven't been in there since, I don't know, you haven't been in there for weeks. And we have a wonderful group of students that are helping us to test both our digital learning environments as well as our badges. They love to tell us what they don't like. They also do love to tell us what they like, and they've been very helpful. So will we be successful in creating the most informed, engaged citizenry that understands the present in the context of the past and builds a better Colorado? I don't know, but we had great voter turnout in November when we legalized marijuana. So all eyes are on Colorado, and maybe this is the start of something. That's all I have.
Okay, our next presenter, Brian Collier. His presentation, Partnering with Teachers, K-20 Education is for Everyone. Brian is a faculty member at the Alliance for Catholic Education at the University of Notre Dame, and also teaches courses in history and American studies, and he has been a big proponent and a big help with our Teaching with Primary Sources program with the Western region. So, Brian?
So I became a teacher the normal way. I was in love. I was dating a woman who was both smarter and hotter than me, and she said that we could go and volunteer at St. Catherine's Indian School in Santa Fe, New Mexico for a year, or we could break up. I said I love volunteering. And in my mind, this was the perfect job for me because as a volunteer, we were going to be dorm parents, and so what I imagined this meant was every day we'd get the kids up, we'd send them to school, and then we'd make out all day. I grew up as in a fairly serious Roman Catholic household, and on the first day of school, Sister Patrick Marie Dempsey came to me shortly after we'd gotten the kids sent off to school, in the time I was planning to be making out, and she said, "You were a history major, and if you grew up Catholic, you know what you say to nuns." "Yes, sister," all right. And then she looked at me like I was sort of stupid, and she said, "Tomorrow you will teach history." And this really messed with my plans, but as a good Catholic, I said, "Yes, sister." And then she looked at me as if I were really stupid, and she said, "And you will teach history every day thereafter." And so for the last 19 years, I've been teaching history as a result of that conversation. I'm tasked today with talking about education K-20 being for everyone. As a society, we need to believe this. We need to believe that education is the great equalizer in our country, and we need to believe that it is a meritocracy. However, we know that kids who are first-generation college students don't have the same rate of success as those who have parents and siblings who went to college before them. We also know that race, gender, and social class are indicators of success or lack thereof in the educational world. When I was 18 years old, the guidance counselor at my school told me that I could probably get into college, but that college wasn't for everyone. He suggested that I would be happy working at the local grocery store chain, and I nearly took his thinking to heart. Because of my family's economic status and my parents' educational background, he just didn't see me necessarily as a candidate for college. Him being wrong about this made me think about all of the advantages I had that allowed me to be successful. I was white, I still am, male, and had held jobs and had loans in my name, allowing me to establish a credit score. All of these made it possible for me to prove that guidance counselor wrong. But was he wrong? I mean, I had a great job, headed towards the management track at the local grocery store. I could have worked 8 to 4 every day and made decent money. Probably at this point in my life, I would have made about as much money, maybe more per year, at the grocery store. So if education was about making money, then I could have arrived at the same place I am today, financially, with or without college and graduate school. But maybe education is about possibilities. Without college, I would have never met my wife, never worked with Native kids, and never then gone to graduate school. I would not have worked with students from around the world, and many more things, including being asked to talk to groups like you to ask you to think through the future of American education. So what is the purpose of education? Is it to be financially solvent? Is it to have a life of the mind? There seems to be increasingly divergent thought around this issue. But as a historian, let me tell you, these issues are not new. The robber barons of the 19th and 20th century believed that education was there to produce a well-trained labor force for them and their industries, while social reformers like Jane Addams, John Dewey, and others saw education as part of a program of social uplift. Both groups pushed forward their own agendas, and we've seen education initiatives ebb and flow around these polar caps of labor on one end and scholarly social change on the other. This push and pull has been good for education, as it has created a middle ground where students have lived and teachers have been challenged. There have been problems for sure, problems around access to education and problems around just treatment of teachers. But there's been a conversation about the common good, and that has been part of the undercurrent of the conversation about American education. We must be sure that partisan politics and disagreements don't end our regular conversations about the purpose of education. Essentially, since the first educational laws in this country in 1647 in Massachusetts, the colonies and later the new nation of the United States agreed that public education was of common benefit to the citizenry. They agreed with this premise so much that every family paid into a common pool to pay for public education regardless of whether or not they themselves had children. They understood fundamentally that public education promoted a common good for the entire community. I work for an alternative teacher licensure program. I think these programs can be great. However, too often these programs promote high teacher turnover, which we know from research is not good for students, and these programs often have an incredible teacher dropout rate. Furthermore, these programs insist that they can change the culture of schooling by placing people who are largely outside of a school culture into a new school environment. In essence, these reform-minded programs are trying to bring a common set of expectations to environments that are often wholly uncommon. A kind of cultural assimilation is necessary by students in these environments, but it increasingly makes for homeschool dissonance for the students, which can cause cultural, social, and emotional problems. It is not surprising to me that students who have teachers from these alternative programs often improve their test scores, as they are getting teachers who are good at standardized testing in a mainstream way, teachers who are good at skills outside of the communities they serve, and teachers who come from an environment similar to that of the standardized test makers. So how do we help these teachers from alternative programs and new teachers in general? How do we fix American education? We start with the teachers and the parents of students. We start with the communities in real conversations, conversations we've been more and more afraid to have. We need in this country more opportunities for teachers and parents to interact, but in those interactions, we need to recognize that both groups have equal expertise. Too often, parents assume it is the teacher's job to do everything, and likewise, too often the teachers assume the parents ought to be doing more. What we want is a greater confluence of communication between the two groups on education policy. And for this to be successful, it has to happen at the local level, not just the level of the city, but the level of the school. Too many educators think we try to talk to the parents, but they just don't come to school when we have events for them. When I was a professor in Michigan, I was working with a teacher who bemoaned the fact that only one parent showed up for the parent-teacher conferences. I asked the teacher how most of the students got to school, and he said they ride the city bus. I then asked what time the conferences were and learned that they were an hour after the city buses quit running. If most of the students ride the city bus, then we must assume that their parents need those same buses to make it to conferences. Likewise, a teacher I knew in Arizona bemoaned that parents were not involved at their school. However, in this town in Arizona, the cost of living was extremely high, and most working class people worked 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. I would call this parental involvement. My point is that we must not allow our cultural and class assumptions to be the only ways to think about involvement. And we have to be creative in how we partner with parents to ensure their voices are included in reform efforts. Around the country, I hear parents complaining about schools and the things they think the teachers are teaching. I hear complaints about more homework and standardized testing. There are plenty of parents who go with the status quo, but don't like the outcomes of education that they see in their children's lives. So as citizens, we need to fully partner with teachers. I wonder why in most cities the mayor is not a voting member of the school board. If the mayor of a town were personally responsible for the school board or educational decisions, I hope that she or he would be more invested in the schools. Currently, politicians run on platforms that talk about education, but very few of them have any power to impact change in their local schools. If politicians' jobs depended on families getting what they wanted from schools, they would be forced to talk with teachers and to learn what works with kids and what teachers and families need from government. Lastly, universities need to partner with K-12 teachers and K-12 teachers with university faculty. In the 21st century, we are not separate systems of education, we are a continuous system. If university faculty more regularly saw the myriad methods being employed by very good K-12 teachers, they would do things very differently in their college classrooms, and there would be far less lecturing, like I realize I'm doing now, and far more student-centered pedagogy. Likewise, if K-12 teachers knew better what the colleges and universities wanted students to be able to do when they arrived at the university, they could better prepare students for it. I think it is at the university level that K-12 institutions and families should be partnering, and at the K-12 level, K through 12 and family level, that universities should be building partnerships. This is the future. We need to be increasingly asking educators and families what the children in their charge need. We can't trust corporations to lead because, frankly, most of the jobs that exist today are not jobs in the K-12 settings we will have tomorrow. So let's prepare everyone for the future, and to do that, we must keep the money transparent, partner with teachers and families to form the communities we so desperately want and need. Education is for everyone, so everyone must keep having the discussions for real change to occur. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Maniotis. Her presentation, What If This Was Only the Beginning? Leslie is an author and literacy specialist who holds an MA in Reading K-12 and a PhD from the University of Colorado at Boulder in Instruction and Curriculum. She's currently a teacher effectiveness coach for Denver Public Schools. Leslie.
I am so excited to be here. I've presented at a couple of the Teacher Librarian days, and I just think it's a really powerful platform, and so I'm really excited to be back after a few years of not being here. So thanks for having me, and it's great to see all of you. You know, I'm going to talk today about what if that was just the beginning, or what if this was only the beginning. And I'm really excited to think through about how powerful primary sources can be in learning design. Kids' real questions are really powerful. When you think about when kids have a true question that they really want answered, it's so powerful. We can call them burning questions. When you think about the burning questions they have, or have you seen kids having burning questions, it's really exciting. I think primary sources are an excellent way to get kids to be asking those burning questions that have power to them. This is a picture of Denver in 1881, actually a drawing, and there's images of the buildings that were here long ago. And so thinking about that is itself helps you to think about what kinds of questions they might have. So looking at those buildings then, where are they still there today? How do they look today? And Matt and Todd last year talked a little bit about a Teacher Librarian Days about how you can juxtapose two pictures, a picture of today and a picture of long ago. I don't know how many of you were here last year. Excellent. I really found that talk to be extremely powerful. Number one, because kids are doing that today on Facebook and stuff. They're taking a picture, or kids, like, sorry, I'm getting old, I guess. They're taking pictures of themselves when they were very young, and then recreating that picture as adults or as older people in that same position, like like 20-year-olds with their mom, so anyway, things like that. So it's a really fun way to think about engaging people in a process that they already see as being fun. Right, so this juxtaposing position pictures from the past and thinking about what does it look like today, and then having kids look at that from an academic lens and thinking about so what does that mean for this place? What does that mean for this time and that time? What does it say about that? So I'd like to rewind. Taylor's going to show a little video of that talk, just 30 seconds, to listen to Matt talking about that.
State University. And this is a wonderful example. You have here these juxtaposed images. You have the original image from 1873, moraines on Clear Creek in the Valley of the Arkansas, Colorado. And then Klett here and his partner re-photographed it in 77, and obviously you see there's a significant reservoir. And again, you can ask questions or have students ask questions about, what does this tell us? What's changed? What human population needs that water in the reservoir? What does it tell us about the people who build these reservoirs? What about the people who were there before? Did they use water in this way? So I think there's all kinds of exciting possibilities, and Todd will get into that a bit more with regard to how we might apply this. So
okay,
if you have any questions or want to be in communication with me, just find my email.
It's so wonderful that we have these videos online, that we can go back and refer to all these excellent speakers and talks from old Teacher Librarian Days. I'm so excited about that. And in this, did you see his passion? Did you see Matt's passion? He showed the two pictures, and did you hear his passion when he talked about the questions that the kids might pose? What does it tell us? What has changed? What human populations needs that water in that reservoir? What does it tell us about the people who built these reservoirs? What about the people who were there before? Oops, sorry. And there was one more. And did they use the water in this way? So this shows us how the potential of primary sources and how we use them in a learning situation really helps us to have kids asking really powerful, burning questions. They're a platform that can provide us the way in to really powerful questions. They can be the spark of potential to provide the burning questions that have interest, relevance to their lives and what they know about, and application to their other parts of their life. So my point today is, don't stop there. Please don't stop there with the questions. Keep it going. We have to change the way we see ourselves as teachers today. We are the designers of learning experiences in schools. We're designers of learning experiences, and that's a shift. And I think that shift is a critical one in thinking about how education has changed. And with the technology and the resources that we have, and so many, like primary sources online, that we can access, we have to shift how we're designing our learning experiences. Oops. So I know you don't really want to think about vacuuming right now, but I went to the design industry to think about how might we design learning experiences and thinking about industrial design. So there's a company called Spec Design. I have an Apple computer and I have one of those covers for my computer. Spec Design works with many, many companies all around. But my example today is going to be about how they use industrial design to look at to help their client Panasonic with their project. It should say, hold on a second. It should say deep cleaning research, not just deep. It's not just a deep project. I don't know what happened to that. Deep cleaning. There it is. Sorry, it got a little mixed up. And then industry is the consumer. So if we think about their client being Panasonic, their project deep cleaner research. So they're looking at the vacuum as something that deep cleans, right? And they wanted to look really carefully at how they can enhance the cleaner's experience using that tool. So what industrial designers do is this is their quote from their website. We examine the product user within the broader ecosystem. We ask questions and we do product development research in search of deeper meaning that leads to a heightened experience. So let me tell you a little bit more about the Deep Cleaner project. They create products for home. Panasonic creates products for home and business, ranging from TVs, digital cameras, all these different things. And they're exploring the possibility of entering the deep cleaner vacuum market as a competitor to the market leader in this niche. Before moving to product development, they had a challenge. Panasonic team wanted to immerse themselves in the current consumer experience from purchasing to ongoing vacuum usage. And what they did was that the design team at Spec Design created a solution. How did they come up with that solution? Well, they had to do research. So they initiated a 5-phase research plan where they interviewed experts. They went to in-store shop-alongs. They had in-home observations, in-home ethnographies, and focus groups to help them prioritize the key deep cleaner functionality. Okay? And the results was they uncovered critical opportunities for easing the vacuum purchasing and shopping process, helped clarify the startup experience with a more intuitive box and manual instructions, and improved usage experience by addressing pain points around filling, pushing, and overall cleaning effectiveness. That gives you an idea of what industrial designers do. I have to make a side note. This clicker I have right now is designed. It's like a worry stone. It's awesome. It's like this. I love it. I don't know who designed this thing, but it's really helping me. So, so designers are great. They really do have the power to transform thinking, behavior, experience. My experience with this is awesome right now. And it's helping me, right? And outcome. So my outcome is going to be better because I'm more comfortable with this device I have to hold to change my slides. The outcome for the user of that vacuum, because they did the research and because they really investigated it, is going to have a better outcome. So what in the world does this have to do with us? Let me use that. I see teachers as instructional designers. Let me use that same quote from their website to explain what I'm talking about. We examine the product user. We examine our students within the broader ecosystem of life. We ask questions and we do product development research in search of deeper meaning that leads to a heightened experience for learning. Make sense? So, our clients are the students. Our project, deep learning in school. And our industry is education. Good news is there's valid and reliable research that has already been done that can help us with this. You also have to do research with your own students to find out who they are and what they need, right? What's going to make them have that burning question? What topic is going to really engage and interest them? So that's your job, right? But there's other research out there that really can help us think about how we design learning experiences. One of them is research on third space. When we think about third space being the learner-centered space in schools, we have a space of the curriculum that we know we have to teach certain things, that we know more than our students do about the content of the world and the content of a lot of different things, information literacy and social studies, all these different contents. There's a lot of stuff the kids isn't available to them, they don't have access to. And because we are more knowledgeable, we can provide access to that information, right? But if the teaching resides in there and only lives there, we have a bit of a problem because we're not really reaching the kids. We want to merge them, that curricular information, with the information that the students bring from home, from their lives, from their interests, right? And we don't want it to just live in that, otherwise they're not reaching their zone of proximal development or reaching out further. So we really want to find ways to merge those things. And I believe primary sources are a really great way to have students asking questions to merge. What do I know about the world? And what can I learn that I don't know? So third space is some research that helps us to think about how we can have a better interaction with students in the learning experience. Another really important piece is the research that looks at how students do research to learn. And basically, what the researchers have found in that area is that the traditional research assignment is totally flawed in how it provides a context for learning for students. So we can no longer give traditional research assignments. It just goes counter to what we know about the learning process. Give them the assignment, have them ask their question on the first day, move them forward in researching, and then have this product as the outcome, this paper, right? Totally counter to what they have found about how students go through research and what we could do to support their learning. So there's lots of research out there that shows how we can support students' learning. So if we are the instructional designers seeking to heighten the learning experience for our students, then we can look a little bit more carefully about this whole process. This link on the bottom is a link to the research that I'm talking about now. We can design learning experiences that match our students' need in having a richer learning experience. One of the ideas is using, and how many of you know the visual thinking strategy? So this is an image of, and when I showed it to my 8-year-old daughter, should I use this in my presentation? She was like, she literally went, oh, look at all those people. What's going on there? Why are they stopped in a line right there? And goes so far back. And she had a million questions just looking at it initially, right? So there's really power in these things. This is an image of when Herbert Hoover came to speak in Denver. And this is the crowd that gathered to hear him speak. So the questions that you can use in the visual thinking strategy is what's happening? What's happening in this picture? What do you see that makes you think that? And what more? This also really helps us to engage students in the Common Core evidence-based thinking. We use text, so the picture is a text. We use the text to help us think through and provide evidence. Whoops, sorry about that. Provide evidence for our thoughts, right? So what is the evidence that you're thinking that? And you go through that and it really gives another context or type of text that the kids can interact with in providing that, doing that evidence-based thinking that they need to do to succeed in the Common Core. And I suggest that that's the way we open an inquiry learning, a research assignment. Rather than, here's your assignment, for the next 6 weeks we're going to be studying this, you need to pick a question on that. Open by engaging their curiosity. Do an activity like that. Choose a picture or an image that matches the content that really gets them curious, that opens their minds. Open by engaging their curiosity. It could be a video, it could be a lot of different things. And then take time to build background knowledge. Take time to immerse students in the content. Generate real questions that they have about the topic that you would like them to look into. And go out into the community. At this point, it's really great to go out into the community. Come to the Colorado History Museum. Go to all the community resources that have a wealth of information to help kids build that background knowledge. Don't do it at the end. Do it in the beginning. So they build the background knowledge so they can ask a fascinating question that they're really motivated to dig into and they want to learn more about. Get them to that burning question point and don't stop there. We call that immerse. Immerse them in the information. Explore their own interests. So what am I interested in this? Before I identify that burning question that I really want to study, I want to know why am I interested in it and how does it relate to my life? Is there a lot of information around that topic? Is it a viable topic for me to go into? And how much time do I have? So we want them to be able to have a chance to explore what are my interests in this whole area, right? And then give them time to find out before they pin down their own big burning question. Finally, once they choose their big burning question, we have to provide them opportunities to share, help them create something that they want to share with the world, with real audiences, for real purposes, in the school, in the community, and with the world. Sorry, I love this thing, but it keeps bumping ahead. So the power and potential of the age in which we're living has the potential to get kids sharing their ideas, their new learning, and their excitement with the world. And if we're not taking that opportunity now, we're really missing a grand opportunity to teach them how to do that in respectful, authentic, meaningful ways. And if we design our learning experiences in such a way that they're asking their questions and doing these things, then we're meeting the needs of our learners today. So design has the power to transform thinking, behavior, experiences, and outcomes. So please don't let the burning questions fizzle out. Light a fire. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Lyons. David's presentation, Social Media Networks, the Scary, the Awesome, and the Scary Awesome. David has been working in academic technology since 2006 and has served at 4 different institutions of higher education. Currently, he's at the University of Colorado, Denver, and he loves to work with, write, and talk about technology. David.
Since I'm going to talk about social media, I'm actually going to tweet a picture of you guys from the stage. So big smiles, thumbs up. All right. Don't think I'm not serious, too. It's hashtagged and everything. So there's actually a picture missing from the back of this, so I hope everything's there. So just real quick, I have my social stuff up here just to prove I really do practice everything that I'm about to talk about. So you can find me online. And I actually am teaching a course this very semester at UCD about social media. So disclaimer before I go any further. I know a lot of people in here are K-12 teachers. There's some higher ed. Everything I'm going to be talking about is stuff out on the scary public internet where there are dragons. Don't let the fact that there are scary and dangerous things on social networks deter you from using them. Just like you wouldn't stop a student from going into a library just because there are books that you might find controversial, don't tell your students and yourselves not to use these networks just because they might run into some shady stuff. Especially a lot of them you can control and curate really well. So this first group, these are the scary. These are the ones you probably already know. Most of you probably use. Some of you I have seen using while we've been in this room this morning. So the first one is MySpace. I'm just kidding, no one uses MySpace anymore. But I mentioned this for a very specific reason. These networks change constantly. So what you need to learn is how to use social tools, not how to use a specific social tool. Twitter, 10 years from now, is going to be replaced by something else that's going to look exactly like it, but have a different, ridiculous name and animal mascot. So the real first one, Facebook. Everybody knows Facebook. Most of you probably have accounts, even if you never log in, because it's terrible. An example here, this is an LSTAT study group. So this is what I was talking about, how you can kind of scope it down. You can control who's invited to this. Your students can come in and communicate and share resources and things, right? We're all familiar with Facebook. Google+, kind of a similar network. It's a little newer, it's a little more open. Most people have a Gmail account. All of your students have YouTube accounts, whether they admit it or not, and if they do, they have a G+ account automatically. This is actually the course that I'm teaching. Every week, I have my students find an image, a photograph, an illustration, something that illustrates a particular term, and then they hashtag it with the week number and that term. So then I can go through and quickly find all those posts. They're not evaluated on this. I don't assess them in any way, but it's just one more thing that kind of gets them engaged and interacting with each other. Twitter, we all have the TLD 2014 hashtag. This is a screenshot of the hashtag from my course. So this is public, right? So now we're kind of getting out of the controlled, curated sphere. Anyone could follow my course's INTE5665 hashtag, right? And anybody could post to it. So right now, all of you could share pictures of this room and post it to that, and all my students would have to see it in the stream. But chances are, if you scope something down to your course, it's gonna be fairly safe and protected. This has been actually really productive for articles. Since this is a graduate level course, people, they're reading articles on their iPad and then they want to share it with the class instead of like emailing it around, or God forbid they like print it and send it to people. This way they can just tweet with this hashtag. They don't have to follow every single person in the class. They just have to follow the hashtag. This one, LinkedIn. So for those of you who are in K-12, the thing I think is most useful about LinkedIn is getting your students to think about, who am I online when I'm with my friends, and who am I online professionally? And the important distinction there is you are the same person all the time. So you may have a really great profile on LinkedIn with your jobs and projects that you've done, and you're trying to get your professional profile going. But then if you have a public Facebook or public Twitter where you're doing kind of less professional things, when your employer or your teachers, when you're applying for grants in university, when they Google your name, and they will Google your name, they're going to find this and that. So thinking about different networks, I think, is really an exercise in thinking about what you're putting out there. The other big problem with LinkedIn is that it kind of dies when you're not looking for a job or hiring. I had a LinkedIn profile for like 8 years, and then I realized it was 7 years old. So I actually just deleted it. So the other lesson from LinkedIn is if you're not using it, maybe just turn it off, because a dead profile is worse than no profile. So this group, this is the awesome, or the ones you may or may not know. So this is actually the logo for Flickr, possibly the most boring website logo ever. So these adorable kittens, these are all Creative Commons images. So if you've ever assigned any kind of work or project where your students had to use imagery, chances are they went to Google, they typed in cats, and then they just grabbed the first thing they found, which we all know is massive copyright infringement, right? Because somebody owns that. Well, on Flickr, not only is it a good place to just share photographs and things, but they can actually do Creative Commons searching right on Flickr by different licenses as well. So they can find stuff that's public domain, attribution required, things that they can actually turn around and sell if they had a need. But the point is, not only will this give them useful resources that they can find easily on their own time in a way that they're familiar with, but it teaches them to think, I can't just assume it's free because it's on the internet, right? Because I mean, I do that. I make presentations all the time. The screenshot I just showed you of LinkedIn, I don't know who took that screenshot. I just found it on Google. Instagram, another good example of a photo sharing site. The perk to this versus Flickr is that they can use it to control like a stream. So you could set up like a course photo stream and then go around Denver if you're teaching like social studies or history. And as you take pictures of things, you can share them to your Instagram feed and your students can subscribe to it. Blogger, so these next two are like kind of blogging platforms. Blogger, another owned by Google one, so if they have Gmail or YouTube or whatever, Blogger comes along for free. This example, this is the Historical Society. This is a group of educators and librarians who just really love history and have decided to make all these materials available for free. So really what they're doing is they're curating this stuff for themselves because they just love it. And by writing it down in a way that's digestible to the public, they're reinforcing their own learning and enjoyment of this hobby, and then everybody gets to benefit, right? So this isn't a lot of extra work for them, but we all benefit from it. And then WordPress, also free, also really easy to set up. Here's an example. This is a college advising department that set this up. Students are way more familiar with a blog format than like going and trying to go through a horrible directory and find who they need to talk to and call them, and that person's not at their desk because they're in a meeting and it's like a giant nightmare, right? But this is something they're used to. We all know how to go to a blog and look for a post about a relevant topic, right? You can share videos and stuff. This is all free. This is a good example of something where your university will probably say, oh, or your school will probably say, oh, we have something that takes care of that need. You don't really need to set up WordPress, and then you never hear from that guy again, right? So these are people who are like, we have a need to share information, so we're just gonna go out and set this up for free and then wait till they yell at us, and then we still won't take it down anyway. This one, Goodreads. So has anybody heard of Goodreads? Yes, that's awesome. I was so afraid to put this one in there. Okay, so the thing I love about Goodreads is it's a social network centered entirely around books. So here's just a screenshot. This is the entry for Ender's Game. And then the reviews, and what's cool about the reviews is you can actually comment and discuss people's reviews, right? So instead of your students just saying, yeah, I read this book, and then this one character did that other thing, and then the book ended, the other students can actually chime in and be like, I don't remember that character saying that. Where was that? When did this happen? Why did you feel that Valentine was such a big deal in Ender's life, if you're familiar with Ender's Game? So, you know, they can not just turn in a report to you that you see and then no one else ever knows that it existed, but if they know that all their fellow students are going to see and comment on it, they're probably going to, you know, take a little more consideration in their writing. I'm so excited you guys knew what Goodreads was. So Pinterest, this is like the big hot thing right now, right? And it seems kind of odd to use in an educational setting, but really this is just social bookmarking under a new name. Does everybody remember Delicious? This is just that with big photos. So you could share articles, you can share images, you can share videos, you can share any kind of resource in a really pretty, really nicely organized way. Tumblr, this is kind of like a weird halfway house between WordPress and Twitter, because you can go long form, but it's not really encouraged. So this example here, this group, every semester, a group of students goes to China, and what they're doing is they set up Tumblr every semester, and then they share pictures of restaurants they liked, things that they had problem with their visas and traveling. So they're kind of leaving this log, not just so that their experiences are kind of evaluated for themselves, but then every semester after, students benefit from that. So if one of my students goes in the fall and he has a huge problem with his bag because he brought a pair of nail clippers or something, he can make a little post that just says like, don't bring nail clippers because they won't let you into China. And then this one I'm excited about. Does everybody know this W? Wikipedia, right? Okay, so most people don't think of Wikipedia as a social network, and most educators are like, ooh, Wikipedia. But the reason I bring this up as a social network is because of this talk button. Come on, there, that one. The thing that says talk. So if you actually go into the talk on any article, these are discussions about the article. This is where the real detail-oriented people come to debate the validity of sources used in the article, to debate the wording of different passages. So if you've ever looked at a Wikipedia article and thought like, wow, this is actually pretty valuable stuff, it's because the experts actually come in here and say, you know, you use the word use and really utilize would be better because they're not using it for its intended purpose, and they just go on like this, you know? So Wikipedia is a really reliable source of information most of the time, and it's because of this community behind it that anybody can take part in for free. This one, not really a secret, which network that is. Great thing about YouTube is that it is just bursting with educational content. People cannot wait to record themselves teaching something and then sharing it. This particular channel, CGP Grey, I've actually been following since I was in college. This is just, excellent. All his videos are very short, they're very digestible, they're very basic English. Even a young child could understand the majority of the topics that he covers. So you can use YouTube for its resources. You can also have private stuff that you make and your students make and you share, comments, the same kind of thing. If your students are doing a project and they know that all the other students are going to be able to see on it and comment it and give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down, that's kind of an incentive to work a little harder. And then the last one in this group is Vimeo. Same kind of thing to YouTube. The big difference here is it's a little more art house. You'll see a lot more long form stuff on here, full documentaries, that kind of thing. But it's free. You can upload content, they can upload content, there's comments, lots of excellent educational resources on Vimeo as well. So this last one, so everyone can read, that's good. So the Scary Awesome, these are the ones that might get you fired. And in my speaker's notes for this, I left to myself, but use them anyway, because of academic freedom, right? So if your administrators come to you and they're like, you know, I don't know if you should be using this, just tell them about the amazing learning outcomes you're getting from these, and then they'll leave you alone. So this first one, this is the Stack Exchange network. Stack Exchange is basically a Q&A site. All these different Q&As, all focused on a particular subject. So the example I have is mathematics.stackexchange.com. Basically, anybody can come here, post a question, and then the people post answers. You can upvote questions, you can upvote answers. What's amazing about this is that this does not facilitate discussion. This facilitates question and answers. So if I'm trying to teach my students about Pythagorean theorem, and they have a question, they can come here 24 hours a day and look for all the questions that have ever been asked about the Pythagorean theorem, or if their question wasn't asked, they can ask it. And they will be punished if they ask a terrible question. If they're obviously trying to cheat on their homework, the community will punish them. There's actually, you could see it up here, there's a tag for homework. So the people who maintain these networks know that students are using these for learning, and they will not just hand the answer over to your students. They will guide them to the answer and explain to them how they got to that answer. So this is a really, really valuable network, all public, all free, all maintained by the community. And then here is, there. Okay, so that was an example question. And then here's an example answer. You can see it got some upvotes because it's very well fleshed out. You can do very light commenting just to say, like, can you clarify this part a little bit, or I didn't quite understand this one thing that you said. I use this all the time in my day job. Actually, I do a little development on the side for my department. And if I get into a weird programming issue, this is like I have 100 million programmers all willing to answer my questions for free 24 hours a day. And there's literature, there's history, there's a Stack Exchange network for every subject you can imagine. Okay, did anybody recognize this one? Couple? Okay, this is the Reddit alien. So Reddit, this is like a big scary one because this is where all the dragons come from. This is like the breeding ground. Basically, Reddit is just a community of everything ever. So you can go on, you can post things, you can subscribe to what's called subreddits. This one is Explain Like I'm 5. And what you're doing is you're asking complicated questions, but you want a really, really simplified answer. There's subreddits for everything you have ever thought of, and then way more things you never wanted to think about. So I love Reddit. I think it's excellent for use in the classroom, but this is definitely where you could trip into some scary stuff. Then this last one, that's Octocat. Does anybody know GitHub? Any developers? Okay, so GitHub, really, really quick. GitHub is a way to socially edit any kind of prose or writing. So what this gentleman did, he wrote an entire novel in public. Time he wrote a little more of his novel, he uploaded it to his GitHub profile. People could comment on it. They can actually submit changes. They can be like, oh, you used T-H-E-R-E and you meant to use T-H-E-I-R. And then he can just merge those changes into his work. So it's mostly used for programming, but lots of people do writing on here. You can blog on here. You can do any kind of text writing, any kind of collaborative writing and editing. And this is free for education. So they actually are a paid service. But if you're an educator, you can do this for free, and the bar is very low. You pretty much just email them and say, hey, I'm an educator, and they go, okay. You know, there we go. So things change. Please do not be afraid to use new things, but do be aware that they change constantly. If you try something and it doesn't work, and you really gave it a good effort, you know, like the old college try, that's fine, just get rid of it. If Twitter doesn't work for you, get rid of it and use something that does. If MySpace really is the right thing for you, then, you know, more power to you. Just because something's popular doesn't mean that it's going to work well. The biggest example of this is Facebook. Everybody loves to try and shoehorn Facebook into their learning environment at one point or another, and it usually doesn't work out. And a lot of times it's just because Facebook isn't that great. It's okay, but it's like every day it gets a little more cluttered and there's a little more garbage and ads and stuff. And finally, if it's a social tool and you can learn from the content on that tool, you can use it for social learning. So I mean, this is an absolute whirlwind overview of a few tools that I use and I like. But anything you could think of that can be used socially and people can learn from it, you can use from social learning in your class. So thank you.
I want to announce our next speaker, Joan Jahelka, and she just pronounced her name for me, so I know I pronounced it right. Her presentation, Mindfulness Through Primary Sources. Joan earned her BA in History and English at the University of Colorado at Boulder and an MA from the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs. Her current position at Colorado Springs District 11, she supports teachers in building their instructional capacity by emphasizing disciplinary literacy specific to the demands of primary source analysis and historical thinking. Joan.
Thank you, Kathy. Good morning. Why and when do we become aware that our words, thoughts, and images define who we are personally? But more significantly, will we be at peace with the legacy that we create? Do we learn the easy way, or do we learn the hard way? How do we translate George Norland's charge, "He who knows only his own generation remains always a child," to the next generation? For all of you who ever walked into the library at CU Boulder every day, those are the words inscribed in the granite that we learn to take to heart. We often tell students that they can learn the hard way or the easy way. Which do they prefer? This would often be when I gave my consequences speech. You can have positive consequences if you choose to learn the easy way and trust me. Or you can have the negative and heartfelt consequences and struggles if you choose to learn the hard way. Ironically, we asked that of our oldest son when he was 3 years old. We said, "Philip, do you learn the hard way or do you learn the easy way?" And he paused. And he said, "I choose the hard way." Which probably explains why he is a research physicist today. But we study history so that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. But more precisely, we study history to understand how mindfulness in the present can and does define our futures. Primary source analysis allows students to learn from the words, pictures, and images of others, that whether intentionally or unintentionally, they leave artifacts for future generations to define how they lived and analyze how their life can draw conclusions and make judgments about their lives. Politicians, writers, and scientists expect and often hope that their work will not just define themselves. They strive for their writings and images to become the primary sources for the next generation of historians. By choosing a public life, they choose to be sourced, contextualized, closely read, and corroborated in 30 years. People in the public light dream, aspire to becoming the next document-based question unit for Stanford University's Reading Like a Historian curriculum. However, those in public life don't get to select which primary sources will define their legacy. Just ask Toronto Mayor Rob Ford, who has created a primary source treasure trove of video clips in which Mayor Ford uses, crack cocaine, and utters expletives at a rate that leaves censors exhausted. Mr. Ford's actions cause one to wonder, does he practice mindfulness? Does he realize that how his thoughts and actions are captured in print and digital media in the present will become the primary sources for understanding his public life in the future? How will his present mindfulness, or lack of, be perceived under the primary source lens of tomorrow? Does he even know what a primary source is? When I reflect on my own mindful awakening, my thoughts swirl around the 1979 8th grade graduation ceremony of Reading Fleming Middle School in Flemington, New Jersey. For those of you who are wondering, Flemington, New Jersey, why is that ringing a bell? It is where the Lindbergh kidnapping trial was held in the 1930s. Our class was allowed to select our graduation speaker. Free will given to middle schoolers. Gotta love it, right? Being the sophisticated and pithy 14-year-olds that we were, raised on the early Saturday Night Live skits of Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi, and, of course, our favorite reading material on sick days, Mad Magazine, we wanted to express our independence and individuality. We selected our speaker. The staff chose to have a co-speaker. We didn't know there were going to be 2 speakers until after we chose ours. The staff's choice, Rob Skolitz, began his speech with hope. H is for happiness, O for opportunity, P for peace among people, and E is for equality. To this day, even Rob claims that he cannot remember his opening line. Really? Mr. Wall Street Banker, Mr. I Was on Jeopardy, Mr. Here's My Picture with Alex Trebek can't remember something he spent weeks crafting? 35 years later, Rob reflects back on the work he created in the moment as corny and fitting what teachers expected, not his peers. He sold out to the establishment. We know because his speech became a primary source. Rob learned the hard way that caving to pressure in the present can lead to artifacts that can make one blush with embarrassment. Upon reflection, because he was not mindful of his true audience, his peers. Then we have the speech that everyone remembers to this day. Life is like a cold barge in Passaic, New Jersey. Why? Well, I don't know. When Dan Suarez uttered those words with a smile, our entire class was smirking with pride, while our parents and teachers chuckled with pursed lips, polite. Now a science fiction novelist and screenwriter in Los Angeles, Dan and I can recite his opening line together. Our classmates chime in to finish the line with us when we gather today. We still smile and laugh when we recognize how Dan's words and delivery still make us proud of how he had the courage to express exactly who we were as a class in 1979, but mindful of his true audience, his peers. Dan's words have become a primary source for our generation that still makes us proud because they portrayed mindful and tasteful individuality. He learned the easy way by being mindful of his true audience. When Dan spent a few days at our house in Colorado Springs a few years ago, while on a research trip for a new novel, I don't know why he bothered doing research, because I said, Dan, you're doing this on water, how cool. We can go find all these experts at CSU and an extension program. And he just laughed at me. He goes, I write fiction. I don't have to have all the facts right. I'm not going to bother doing all that research. We talked about his speech. We reminisced about how through 4 years of high school English together, he would write these imaginative and humorous stories. He suggested that I start to write myself. To which I replied, I'm not a writer. I don't have a gift like you do to make people laugh and think. But was that a truthful and honest reply? Aren't I a writer every time I craft an email, send a tweet, post something on Facebook, participate in a picture, or grade a paper with comments? Why wouldn't these be primary sources? Today, people express their individuality through email, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, text messages, types of sharing I never even heard of. I had never heard of half of our previous presenters' different applications. Yeah, I'm not very tech savvy. While Rob and Dan spent days and weeks to work through multiple drafts of their speeches before sharing them publicly, students today photograph, message, and tweet whatever catches their fancy in the moment. But are they mindful? Oftentimes, the words and images are cute, positive, sometimes thoughtful. Every day, I look forward to reading the Facebook post from the Daily Sunrise, Serenity and Peace at Sea. Because the author shares stunning sunrise photographs from the Atlantic coast, paired with a positive inspirational message like, oh, some days we have to look deeper into ourselves to find the light. It's always there, it just may not be as obvious. Have a wonderful day. As a digital neophyte, I choose to give my limited time to posts that start my day with positive expectations. Unfortunately, the days don't always end that way. There are Facebook posts that make me cringe when I read them because of their obvious lack of mindfulness. Mindfulness means that people are going to be hurt. People in the present are hurt, and the writers, when reflecting back in the future, will be embarrassed. One would hope, when they reflect on the words and images, that they develop a sense of mindfulness. They learn from their previous choices. I do not care to see your selfie with expletive language as adjectives and adverbs. Remember, Facebook does not give license to Warner's grammar. When people choose to use incorrect grammar, they really need to think about the true message that they are sending. Are they sending a message that they don't care about the quality of their communication? Are they sending the message that they didn't pay attention in class? Students need to become mindful of how they use the written language and word choice and grammar will show future generations what they've really learned and brought forward out of their educations. What about the students who chose to tweet? This is a classic. Seen this photograph. What about the students who chose to tweet a photo of themselves to express their opinion of a snow day event not resulting in a snow day? Wearing their school clothing with their school name blazoned right across their fronts. Middle appendage of one hand raised in salute, while the other hand holds a Pabst Blue Ribbon. Selfies are primary sources, not just for schools, but also school resource officers. That sweltering June day in 1979 started my awareness of how words and writing define who I am in the present, but more so how others will see me outside of the originating moment. At this age, my experience with primary sources was pretty limited. My last class as a high school student in high school was taught to a gentleman who on the first day told me that, like my older siblings before me, and my older siblings are 8, 9 years older than I am, that I will learn to keep my mouth shut in his class. Memorize the facts, spit them back on the paper, done. And that was the last time I ever took history in high school. But I began to understand that a person could shape the perceptions of others through the information they choose to share, that they give to others. Unfortunately, I didn't always remember this lesson. I tried to. In the quest of defining my independence as an individual, I was not always mindful. My mindfulness Achilles heel, doing what was expected of me by my mother. Remember that learn the hard way or easy way conundrum? Well, I often had to learn a little bit the hard way, but I did prefer the easy way. Thankfully, due to my older brother's actions and choices. In the era before video cameras, he took great pride in irking our mother at will. Unfortunately for him, this meant that my written words became the primary source. Mindfulness for me means carefully selecting my tone words when archiving his actions. First, finest moment, when my older brother came home and haughtily put his right hand on his hip and said, I have resigned my full scholarship to my Ivy League university to become a professional trombone player. True story. I'm leaving some of the tone words out. He did not return home for 6 months. Note to self, manipulate information to stack the deck for the desired outcome. So when I decided that I wanted to attend CU Boulder, and my mother said, oh no, you want to go to Rutgers because it's close to home and right up the street, or you want to go to where your sister's in school, so you can be roommates. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Really? I made sure my mother received the appropriate primary sources that would result in the desired outcome. Thankfully, in 1983, I was allowed to select what primary sources my parents interacted with during the college selection process. Not so much today. At least in my day, I could define who saw what writing image that I chose for them to experience in the moment to shape their thinking. CU Boulder, class of 1987. Are students today achieving their desired outcomes? Are they attending the post-secondary options of their choice? They face the trail of primary sources that they have created in the moment and moments of mindfulness. As our daughter's club lacrosse coach, Sam Bartran, likes to tell the girls, starting in 8th grade, clean up your social media. Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, whatever. These colleges Google your name before they even talk to you. What message do you want them to have about you in shaping your future? On them deciding if they want to take the risk of giving you a scholarship for your college education. So what becomes our charge? Thomas Jefferson left us the foundation of our nation's narrative, our nation's education, the Library of Congress. He intended that we, future generations, use it. As teachers and librarians, we have the privilege of selecting from its archives to teach our current students the easy way, not the hard way, through primary source analysis, the significance of mindfulness. Support students in learning mindfulness through primary source analysis, with resources from the canon documents to the legacy of real people struggling to live the American dream. As the practices from the Stanford Reading Like a Historian program so clearly and elegantly define of sourcing, contextualizing, close reading, and corroboration become habits of mind, students will begin to ask themselves the same questions as they create the primary sources for the next generation's analysis via social media. But more significantly, they will become a generation that we will be proud of having educated the easy way through Thomas Jefferson's legacy. Thank you.
I do want to mention before I introduce the next speaker that Joan's district in District 11, Joan had an initiative going on that she thought primary sources would work perfectly with, and we've done a lot of work in her district. And I just say that if any of you see a nice fit for the Teaching with Primary Sources program, we'll work with you. Our next speaker, Juan Melvin, using new networks to rethink business and help school children around the world. Juan is an author, educator, and co-founder of Life Soap Company. He was raised in Denver and graduated from Colorado State University and has been featured in local and national media, including the Denver Post and, the Oprah magazine.
Thank you.
Good morning. Try that one more time. Good morning. Good morning. Ah, that was beautiful. So, a couple years ago, I was in Spain and I was running for my life. I had this ridiculous and stupid idea to try the running of the bulls. Now, I love my time in Spain. It was wonderful. But running with the bulls was terrifying. I still have nightmares about it to this very day. But through that experience, it absolutely changed my view of the world. You see, while I was in Spain, I had a friend who emailed me. She happened to be volunteering in Morocco in the Peace Corps, and she invited me to come and visit her. Being the adventurous guy that I am, I decided to hop on a plane and jump across the pond over to Morocco. Now, Morocco was a very beautiful and enchanting country with very warm people. And I loved my experience there, but I was also haunted by some of the experiences that I had. You see, everywhere we would go, we would be followed by these adorable kids, not much older than this young man here. And they would look up at me with these big, beautiful brown eyes, and they would ask for money to get something to eat. And I remember so desperately wanting to help these kids. But I knew that I didn't have enough money to help all of them. And furthermore, I knew that just giving them money wouldn't solve the problem. And so on my plane ride home, I was haunted by the faces of these kids. And a question kept playing in my mind over and over and over again. What am I doing with my life? How can I be more useful to the world? Should I focus on making money or should I focus on making a difference? And when I got back home and shared some of these experiences with my good friend and college roommate, we began to brainstorm ideas. And so I decided to do a little bit of research about the major issues affecting children in developing countries. And I learned that access to clean water is a huge issue. That every day, thousands of kids around the world die because the water they drink is contaminated. And each and every day, thousands of kids around the world get sick because the water that they drink is contaminated. And each and every day, many more kids around the world can't even go to school because they have to travel to collect water for their families. And so they're forced to make this ridiculous choice between school and survival. I also learned that there are some very practical and simple solutions to this clean water crisis. And so me and my friend got together and we decided we would start a little business, a soap business, and we would use some of the proceeds from selling this soap to help bring clean water to kids in developing countries. We call it Life Soap because we couldn't think of a more clever name. So our next step was to do a little more research and to build some networks because we realized that we don't have a corner on the market for good ideas. And so we brought together a group of people from many different disciplines. We pulled together some of our young entrepreneurial friends. We worked with folks from the nonprofit sector, local, national, and international nonprofits. We talked with some of our seasoned mentors. And we got everybody in a room to talk about this idea and how we could turn it into a reality. And the first thing they told us to do was put together a business plan. And so we did that. And we thought, armed with our business plan, our journey would look like this. Just start, do the plan, and then succeed. Well, I got a rude awakening and found out that it's more like this. So we started out with just a couple $1,000s, $2,000, and we put together this crummy little website, and we had this big audacious goal to just get one customer. Well, high achievers that we are, we didn't just meet our goal, we exceeded our goal, we crushed our goal, and we got 5 customers. So I was on cloud 9. I decided, this is great. This is going to work out. I'm just going to quit my job. We got 5 whole customers. Well, things got even better after that, because I was so excited about the momentum of this idea that I got another crazy idea, and I said, let's pack up everything and move to South America to continue developing clean water partnerships. And that was awesome. That was fun. Well, a few months into that journey and that trip, I began to get a little homesick. You see, it was my first time being away from home, being away from my friends for the holidays, and everybody's posting on Instagram and Facebook all these wonderful, Thanksgiving dinners, and here I am, sitting with just my one friend in our apartment. So it was a little lonely. But we got good news while we were down in South America. And we got an email from the folks at Oprah Magazine saying they were interested in sharing our story. And we thought, yes, this is exactly what we've been waiting for. Success is just around the corner. And now we were on cloud 9. We went out and partied. It was great. Well, that did happen. And sure enough, a few months later, I ended up coming home. And I was broke and pretty depressed. Now, I thought I was broke when I was a college student. Okay? I thought I was used to this. But let me tell you, college student brokenness has nothing on entrepreneur brokenness. Doesn't even compare. If I have to eat another peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I have more recipes for, gourmet ramen noodles than you could use in a lifetime. I think my next product might be a cookbook for ramen noodle recipes or something. But in those dark moments, in the depths of our despair, we were able to lean on those networks that we had created in the beginning. And so we went back to our board of advisors and our supporters, our support community, and we asked for their help in thinking through how do we continue to develop this model. And they gave us some wonderful solutions that helped us rethink our business. And so most people would call what we do a social venture. But we thought, well, what if we looked at it a little bit differently, from a different perspective, and instead thought of it as a venture social? How can we set this organization up in a way that will be sustainable, not only in the short term, but in the long run, and in doing so, be able to provide clean water solutions for children around the world for generations to come? And so we rebuilt our business. We re-engineered it from the ground up with this new perspective in mind. And slowly but surely, things began to change. Things began to move in the right direction. And so a year later, I found myself in Nicaragua, where we were visiting the first set of clean water projects that we were able to help support at 2 schools down there. And as I was visiting with the community members, our nonprofit partners, as we visited the schools and talked with some of the kids, I came across this adorable little girl. And her particular school had been without water for more than 6 months. And so we asked her, without water and sanitation facilities in your school, where do you go if you have to go to the restroom? And she looked up at me without blinking an eye, and she said, El Monte, like the bush. I thought, wow. And it broke my heart to hear this from this little girl, but at that moment, it brought me back to the faces of those kids that I had met in Morocco years earlier. And I realized at that moment that things, in some ways, had come full circle. You see, we may not have solved the clean water crisis for all people or all children around the world, but for this girl and for her classmates, we've been able to make a world of difference. And since then, we've been able to fund 4 additional clean water projects down in Nicaragua, helping over 1,200 students get access to clean water, all from this crazy idea, this crazy trip to Spain, and this little $2,000 loan. And it's just the tip of the iceberg. I believe so much more is possible. So I don't believe that we have to go halfway around the world to make an impact. There's plenty of work to be done right here in our own backyard. And if we can pull together, that's why I'm so excited about TLD, if we can pull together people from the education world, if we can pull together people from the nonprofit world, if we can pull together people from government and people from the private sector and bring our ideas together, all sit at the table like we're doing today, hopefully we can build new networks and develop collaborative solutions to solve today's problems and seize tomorrow's opportunities. So I look forward to talking with you and working with you to hopefully make a meaningful difference here in Colorado, in our nation, and around the world. Thank you.
Our next presentation, give my regards to Broad Pedagogical Ways. Mark Chung is an education program officer at the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation. He earned a PhD in education from Stanford University and completed postdoctoral fellowship in sociology and education at the Teachers College at Columbia University. He is taught at Stanford, Columbia, Vanderbilt, and the New School. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you. And I appreciate the applause. I haven't done anything yet, so thanks for that. So I want to start with a story. There was a time earlier in my career when I was, two different aspects of my life suddenly collided together. And in this time when I was failing at two very different things, when I figured out the connection between them, I was able to find success at both. So I want to share this with you. Now, early in my career, I just moved to New York City, and I was teaching full-time for the first time. And I got a review on something I had written, and this is what they said. You can read that. That'd be like sort of awesome if you think about your research agenda or your strategic thinking about your work. This idea that I'm asking the right questions, I'm going to grow old pondering, awesome. But then the review continued and noticed that something that I had written was actually a bit gimmicky, and I actually hadn't earned the conclusion I put in this piece. Now, we probably have all been in a version of that with maybe a conference presentation you submitted or a journal article manuscript. So we've probably all been in that place. However, in this particular situation, this wasn't a comment on my academic work. It was actually a comment on a play I had written. And it wasn't in the safe environment of a blind peer review where you get an email or a phone call. No, this was played out in a much more public domain. A much more public domain. Apparently, chastising me for my work was part of all the news that was fit to print. So, this is where I start to put a connection between my different pieces of work. Now, this became very clear to me at a moment. One day, I was teaching, and one of my students came to me with a project she had been working on for my class. And she said, I'm really struggling with this. I can't figure this out. And then that evening, during rehearsal, an actor told me some new lines I had given her. She was also struggling with those. The curious thing is they both had the exact same comment. They said, I'm having trouble doing this. It doesn't seem very real. And that's where I saw this connection between these different domains. Now, I want to frame this up by something that we at the Foundation call deeper learning. And here we try to focus on the competencies that students need to succeed in today's world. We say that students need to do critical thinking and problem solving. They need to have oral and written communication skills, the ability to have collaborative skills and to have teamwork, to be able to learn how to learn, to maintain academic mindsets. And all of this is through deep subject matter content. So this is what we're aiming towards. How can we make sure our students have these competencies? And I also am going to note that I'm going to talk generically about projects today. I know there's lots of different ways we could discuss those. There are performance tasks, there's simulations, there's problem-based learning, project-based learning, challenge-based learning. Like I know there are nuanced differences between those, but I'm going to talk about them generically just for our time here today. I also think this is a great opportunity to infuse those original sources and those materials because we can not only hold them up as sacred objects for analysis, but we can use them in the way that real people would use them. So how does an expert actually look at an original source in terms of a photograph or a document? Let's replicate that in our classrooms so they get a practice using those types of materials. Now, the reason I want to use plays as a metaphor here, because I think it's different from other forms of media. Now, if we were to make a documentary film about a trip to the North Pole, we might actually send a crew there, and you'd capture footage of the frozen tundra and the sound of the ice floes as they rub up against each other. This is like sending our students out on a field trip, an internship. They're really learning this firsthand. Now, in a classroom, it's a different form of this work. Think about a play about a trip to the North Pole. You don't need to have all that other material. You just need to bathe the stage in white light and put a sign in the middle that says North Pole, and everyone will suddenly feel the chill. So, in our classrooms, we can find ways to replicate that, recognizing that we don't need to have all those details. Now, I think Julie Taymor's The Lion King is really the best example of this. She recognized all the artifice in putting the African savanna on stage, and she embraced that we didn't need to have everything so literal, but we can still seek the truth. So I think it's a good example for us. So I'm going to give you 10 tips in 10 minutes, just so you can think through how you can bring lessons from theater to the projects you do in your own classes. The first tip is find a remote that works. Oh, there we go. Okay, so if we look at Hamlet, and you might think that everything that happens to Hamlet was given. Like, these are things that we have to observe as we're trying to understand the story of the young Prince of Denmark. However, there are many choices that were still made in putting together the story of Hamlet. Instead of what we do see on stage, we could have focused on his time in a youth basketball league. We could have focused on his obsession with role-playing games. No, we focus on the particular things because Shakespeare is smart enough to know if we only have limited time, what are the most important things for us to demonstrate with regard to Hamlet. Now, so first thing, choose what's important. And oftentimes it might not be what you think is most important. It could be what the students think is most important. So we have to be open to that. The second thing to keep in mind is in Hamlet we have Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, who are two couriers sent by the king to spy on Hamlet. Now, in this play, they're really minor characters. The thing to keep in mind is on another stage, they're the stars of another story. So, as you think about telling stories or having your students delve into projects, you can think about how someone built a company, not just from the point of view of the CEO, but what happens when you tell it from the point of view of an administrative assistant. There are different ways that we can slice and understand that story. Okay, musicals provide a really good example of when you should use projects. And think about in a musical, when done really well, there comes a moment when the characters just have to stop talking and they have to break into song. There's like no other way they can keep the story going. Have to. So think about how boring it would be if Anita tells Marie and just keeps blabbing on and on and on. A boy like that, who killed your brother, forget that boy and find another. Like, no, that has to be told in song. There's no other way. So the key thing for you is, as you're using projects, use it when nothing else will work. So you could have the students learn the same thing without having to engage in a long, complicated project. Do that instead, but use it when the material has to sing. Now, there's some danger here. Well, there's the show Mamma Mia, some of you might have seen, and there's a whole group of new shows that came out recently that they call jukebox musicals, where you take an existing catalog and you sort of shoehorn it into a musical. The concern I had with Mamma Mia is there comes a time when Donna is talking about how she's trying to save her Greek idol Taverna, and it's really sad, and then suddenly she has to talk about money, 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 right? Breaking into the song, it totally feels squeezed in. Now, the best example of this is a show which I saw called Good Vibrations. It lasted a very short time on Broadway. It would use the musical The Beach Boys, and there comes a moment in the show where Eddie shows up on stage and introduces all his friends to his new girlfriend. Now, in that moment, there was an audible groan from the entire audience because we all knew what was coming. Eddie's girlfriend's name, Rhonda. So avoid squeezing something in when it really doesn't fit. This is like a real danger. Now, if you've just spent a lot of time with your students helping them to understand the plight of an undocumented citizen and the stress they face as they move to the United States, if you have a project where they try to understand the plight of a new immigrant as they face the stress of living in the United States, there's nothing new they've learned. David Mamet calls this putting a horse costume on a horse. Same thing. All right. Next thing I want to talk about, sometimes we want to talk about the big issues, race, poverty, politics. And we want to talk about it at 30,000 feet, thinking about all the theoretical dimensions of this. Now, if we were to write a play about race, we wouldn't just have characters sit around and spout theory to each other. Instead, we talk about the dramatic pause. The Younger family, where they're living in the Washington Park subdivision of the Woodlawn neighborhood of Chicago. We have to remember these big abstract issues, they're experienced in a human-sized way, and that's what we need to focus on. So when you think about doing projects for your classes, make sure that if there's a big issue, how do people interact with that? Sometimes there's great drama in the specific. Now let's think about Romeo and Juliet. Now, would the story be as compelling if the two lovers, those two star-crossed lovers, if the Montagues and the Capulets got together every weekend and they had brunch and then played mahjong? Like, not so much. There has to be something that keeps them apart, so we want to focus on that. So start with a conflict. That's a key way to enter into the material. So it could be structure versus function. It could be how we preserve the past, how we move forward in the future. Start with a conflict, because that's a good way to think about the material. And then introduce an obstacle into the domain. Now, I spent a lot of time doing professional development, and I'd have teachers say, well, imagine that you're building a museum, and you have as much money as you want in any location anywhere in the city. What would you do? Like, this is not really preparing our students for real-world challenges they're going to face, because that will never happen. So try to make it reflect reality and give them real challenges. All right, William Shakespeare, I think, was the best one who understood this. Now, he would take an ordinary day and introduce something unordinary, something exceptional there. And the way it plays out would all depend on what happens next. So think both about The Tempest and think about Twelfth Night. Both of those start with a shipwreck. And the degree to which that ends in terms of a tragedy or a comedy is all how things unfold. So think about both domains. If you're doing a project with your students, you need not only focus on the social movement that succeeded, but also focus on the social movement that failed. You want to think about all these different dimensions, how they come into play. Now, minor differences can make a difference. Just think, if Juliet woke up 1 minute later, Romeo and Juliet would have lived happily ever after. So think about those contingencies. Now, as you populate a project with different characters, the people who are interacting there, keep in mind that it's rare that anyone is just pure evil. You have to recognize that everyone's the hero of their own lives. So again, I had some faculty create projects where they'd say, imagine you're trying to fight homelessness or support homelessness in your homeless people in your community, and then you have a mayor who will stop at no end to make sure that no policies are passed, no funding is made, there's no way they're going to support the homeless people. Like, that's not really real, because everyone needs to make sense in their own lives. So I was reminded of this when I saw Al Pacino as Shylock in The Merchant of Venice, and like finally understood the motivations of that character. Or when I saw Fiona Shaw in Medea, and you realize her behaviors, though seemingly insane, were really based on her love of her husband. So you want to consider the motivations of the folks that populate your projects. Okay, Death of a Salesman, we actually never find out what's in Willy Loman's suitcases. There are some details that we don't need to know. So as you're building up a project, you don't need to know every single piece. You can have your students fill in the blanks, because that's a key part of what they can do. There's a rule called Chekhov's gun, and Anton Chekhov noted that one must not put a loaded rifle on stage if one is not thinking of firing it. And this is really best exemplified by Uncle Vanya, where at the very end of the play, a gun that has been on stage the entire time is suddenly seized by a character as the character tries to commit homicide. So keeping in mind that if something's there, you might think about whether or not folks would actually have to use this. Now think about your classes. How much more compelling would it be if something students were introduced to at the very beginning of the term suddenly became relevant and important at the very end of the term? So think about how that happens. Also keep in mind that if you just taught students a particular concept, you taught them feminist phase theory, and then you have them do a project where they have to use feminist phase theory, it's not surprising, because they'll have figured out that there's that connection there. So be really mindful about how you use foreshadowing in terms of your projects. Now, the last thing I want to note is that when you do foreshadowing, when there's particular things on stage, be very mindful of what you put on in the stage or in your projects. There's a truism that once you have a naked penis on stage, no one's paying attention to anything else. So when you have projects, do the same thing. Make sure that you don't put in something that they're going to have no other, not going to be able to stop themselves from paying attention to. My 10 tips. I do want to note that in theater, there is a tradition of something called an 11 o'clock number. This is typically the showstopper right before the show's about to end. It sends people out on the street humming the melody because it was such an exciting moment. These are things like In Company, Being Alive, in Gypsy, Rose's Turn. These are songs that go out and leave you on a high. So what I'd like to do is not necessarily leave you with an 11 o'clock number, which, by the way, check it out. What? This is happening. But I'm going to give you a number 11 instead. So one final tip that I hope you'll remember. This is something that I've endorsed. I think this has changed my teaching for the better for my entire career. So I hope this is something that you will hold on to and remember for the rest of your careers. Thank you very much.
Well, our next presenter is Stephen Kallman, and Stephen is one of the presenters that has been with us from the beginning. His presentation, Learning Community. Stephen was a classroom teacher for 25 years and is currently the director on the Council for 21st Century Learning. He's published and presented frequently on topics related to 21st century learning, professional development, technology planning, and online learning. Stephen.
Are we working? Yes. First of all, I'm feeling no pressure about actually being the 11 o'clock number. And I'm not going to put the penis on stage. But I am really struck by the idea of the Capulets and the Montagues sitting down to play mahjong. That is a wonderful notion, and I think it would make a great conflict. So I think, Mark, I don't know, I think you need to rethink that one. Anyway. Okay, other completely irrelevant things. So I was jealous of David's tattoo, and I thought, I gotta have one. And thank you very much, JJ and the staff, for tattoos, so that's another one. And finally, I have to worship at the stone, at the worry stone, so that we can proceed. Do we have a presentation yet? Oh, well, that'll be fun, won't it? No, we'll just talk. Okay, well, so I had this really great image here. Maybe we should put up a different background, and I'll just make up the rest. So imagine that you're now looking at, let me think on how to do this. Imagine that you're now looking at pictures of students and teachers in classrooms. In October, I had the opportunity to go to a school here in the metro area to do observations with another group of folks. There were about a dozen of us folks, and we were walking around the school. Put all that away, Taylor, and just give me a blank screen. We were walking around the school to study how they were doing in terms of implementing what they called the thinking classroom. This was a district initiative which the school had really embraced, the thinking classroom. But they wanted input from other professionals. How are we doing on the thinking classroom? So we sat in their classrooms to give them feedback. Well, first of all, if you haven't done this, either as an observer or as a staff member in a school, had people come in and spend a day in your school to talk about, or go into somebody's school and spend a day and look at what's going on, this is one of the most powerful kinds of professional learning you could possibly do. It's true formative assessment. So you're just giving feedback, not state level evaluation, not some kind of summative judgment, and the professionals in the building take the feedback and then they make meaning of it and do what they want with it. It's an incredibly powerful and wonderful thing. And I got a tremendous amount out of it. So you have to imagine now, we're walking around this school and we're sitting in classrooms and we're looking for what they call the thinking classroom. So turn and talk to your partners at your tables for a minute, and what would you be looking for? If somebody said to you, okay, we're trying to implement the thinking classroom, what would you go in looking for? Talk for a second. What would you look for? Anybody? Say, interaction, what kind of interaction? Students interacting and talking. As simple as that? Sure, why not? What would they be talking about? Okay. Who would they be talking to? Each other would be very important, right? So not just they're talking, but that they're talking to each other would be very important. Good. What else? Students formulating their own questions. Oh my God. That would indicate a thinking classroom. Okay, good. So how would you see it or hear it? Uh-huh. So you might have your Bloom's rubric right there and, and be able to check off. These are the kind of questions, stems, or forms I'd be kind of looking for, right? You might even have, the teacher might even be coaching them, and they might have that same stem themselves so that they could be self-evaluated. I'm making this up, but makes a lot of sense from what you're saying. Anything else? Yes? Say that again? Perseverance. Why would that be a sign of a thinking classroom? Okay, we could go on. You get the idea? A lot of fun. Well, I went in looking for those kinds of things, and inadvertently, what I found myself really noticing were things about the classroom culture. Like how the students and the teachers interacted about the most mundane, rudimentary, fundamental things about the classroom itself. I didn't look at all, as it turned out, at what was going on in terms of content. I looked at the behaviors of the classroom itself. I don't think I can advance the way you've set this up, so if you would go to the next one. And this is what I want to talk about the nature of a learning community. So I've been rereading a book that I first read many years ago called Leadership and the New Science by Margaret Wheatley. Who's read that? Becky, of course. If you haven't already read Leadership and the New Science, even though that book is now 20 years old, it is, in my mind, next to Winnie the Pooh, the best book ever written. And I really strongly recommend it. It says so much about the nature of learning and the nature of schooling and the nature of organizations in the 21st century. I really strongly push it. One of the things that Margaret Wheatley talks about in the book is that organizations are fractal in nature. I promise not to give another talk on fractals, but I will just say this much. That she says a fractal basically is a very simple design that is embedded not only in the whole of an image, but in each tiny part, like this fern. So those 4 straight lines iterated thousands of times, make a fern. And according to Wheatley, you can see that in organizations. So the tiniest little work group in a classroom is a fractal representation of the classroom, which is a fractal representation of the school, of the district, of the state, etc. And I think it's a really useful way to think about organizations. Next slide. Let's think about this organization. What's being learned in this community? Turn and talk to your neighbor. This, by the way, is not the school I observed. Okay, let's take some hits. I really want to say, this is without making judgment about this as a strategy. It's just, this is a cultural manifestation. What do we observe in the culture of this school based on this picture? Say it again? That conformity is highly emphasized. Why do you say that? So there's a way to behave, you will behave that way. Is what you're, am I correctly saying that, Lee? Yeah. Who else? Compliance. Where are you seeing that? That's what they're expected to do. I will behave this way because those are the rules, I follow them. That's the culture. Anything? What else? Say that again. Management of numbers. Explain that a little bit. What's the most efficient? Right. It gives the students more time to work on their lessons instead of wasting it walking in the halls, because they go directly from point A to point B. In fact, they even square the corner. Right? Yeah, managing numbers. Explain what you mean by that. Ah, nice. So this is also about the hallways are not where learning occurs, is kind of the statement, right? The learning occurs in the classroom. In between, that's just a tunnel for passageway. That's an interesting point you're making. Okay, again, this is without judgment. This is an intentional effort to build, in a fractal way, a school culture. And we could go on and on about it, and we could be either positive about it or negative about it, but it's intentional. In fact, the first 2 weeks at this school in Akron, Ohio, the first 2 weeks of the school are appropriately boot camp, in which they learn how to behave in class, how to walk in the hallways with their hands to their sides, how to interact with teachers, how to wear the school uniform, etc. Because the school is intentional about its culture. This is the culture I want, is what the school is saying. It's an interesting point. Okay, and so I found it fascinating to think about the school where I was observing, to say, what are the mundane behaviors going on in the classroom that aren't consciously being thought about in the teacher's mind or in the student's mind as an expression of, quote, the thinking classroom, but which are either supporting or moving in a different direction from the thinking classroom. So, I think I have the next slide. Yes. And this is the basic point that I want to make. We tend to think about community learning as learning that occurs when we're in a community. Or we think maybe it's a community that's learning. I'd like for you to think for just a minute that the community, that we have to be learning more about community itself, and that community is as important as the learning, and that we ought to spend as much time and energy, we ought to invest as much in the community that we create in our classrooms and our schools as we invest in whatever learning activity we think is going to occur in those communities. And so I would ask you to ask yourself, if you have work groups, do you spend as much time on the process of the group as on the product of the group? Do you spend as much energy in assessment on how effective the group is as you spend in assessing the work that they put out? Do we spend as much energy coaching kids on how to work together and how to be together as we spend on the work that they do? And I would say probably many of you do, and particularly in elementary schools. That's a very strong habit that teachers have. In high schools, where I spent most of my teaching life, we don't spend as much time on that because, well, we have content to cover. So naturally, that content takes priority. All right, social studies, important historical topics. Well, we'll give you form a work group and work on this project. And I would like to suggest that all of us need to think about what's as important, that the work that goes on is as important, or the process that goes on is as important as the work that is being done. At one school where I taught for many years, we used to talk about the gravity well of conventional schooling, by which we meant that even though we were trying constantly to break the mold, to come up with new ways to think about the learning process, that unconsciously we tended to slip back into the standard practices. And we spent hours, days, trying to keep ourselves from falling into the gravity well. And I think it's really an important thing for all of us to try to do. an easy one for us not to do so well. Next slide. So, maybe I've raised a couple of things that you think are interesting or important. I hope so. And we're going to see if you find any of it interesting at all. So I'm now going to ask you to do another conversation with folks at your table, maybe this time the whole table. I would like for you, if you were here last year, I did a talk last year about a question protocol. It's a wonderful tool. And I would really urge you, if you didn't see that talk, maybe to look back at it, not because the talk is so good, but because the tool is a really powerful one. We're going to do the first step of that tool, which is to ask questions. So at your table, think about these prompts. My proposal that community is equal to learning. The gravity well of conventional schooling. The fractal nature of organizations. I didn't talk about this, but the attributes of the 21st century learner. Still the most important document, I think, published about 21st century skills from the AASL. There are 4 attributes of the 21st century learner. Thinking about these prompts, turn to each other and just ask questions about the things that are up here. And it probably might be helpful if somebody recorded those questions so that you had access to them later. It's really an interesting task, and I would ask you to engage in it now for 3 minutes. Okay. Did you come up with some interesting questions? Who has an interesting question to share? Leave that up, please. Who has an interesting question to share? Go ahead.
How do we make the people that we work with, who are only interested in standardized test data, numbers, how do we make them understand?
How do we get the folks who are fascinated by the numbers of tests to be interested in community? Good question. Yes? How do we create those fractal, I love that you're even making a fractal layering. How do we create the community? Not just the students, but the staff. Wouldn't it be interesting if the staff practiced the methods that they wanted to use in their classrooms in staff? Oh, I'm on the nose. Yeah, great question. Yes? Ah, so you're thinking of the fractal not just in space, but in time. Am I correct? And it's what could we do in 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade that makes the fractal increasingly complex and yet retains its basic form? What a cool question. I'm not supposed to comment on the question. I didn't say that. What else? Yeah, back to the big test again. But I really think the points you're raising about how do we assess for this is really an important point. Repeatedly, if there's one thing the big test era has taught us, it's that what we test is what we're serious about. And if we're serious about community, then we have to assess for it. And how are we going to do that? Great questions. Okay, let's go to the next slide. I'll end this. This is just, if you weren't here last year but are interested in the question protocol, these are the steps of the question protocol and links. And this PowerPoint, apparently, is available online. And you can either get this PowerPoint, which is this one, or you can get the one, the presentation that was done last year about this question protocol. We just did the very first step. We would go into other steps after that. So I'm hoping maybe this intrigued some interest and curiosity, and that you will go back recommitted to the idea of learning community. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to start again for our second half of TLD 2014. Before we do that, Todd Wolf wants to talk to you a little bit about the video that's coming up and about social media.
All right, so obviously this is the 10th anniversary of TLD, so for about the past week or 10 days I've been doing this retrospective video. So I've pulled information from everywhere from 2005 up to just a couple weeks ago. So that's about it, really. It's just I think we mentioned earlier that the fashion styles and hairstyles are something to keep and look for. And then there's also some big time, I guess they're now politicians, but just it's kind of fun to see how they've their appearance has changed as well. And then I also just wanted to mention real quick that keep up the tweets on the TLD 2014 hashtag. There's some really cool stuff happening. And if you enjoyed the food, we have another surprise, which I tweeted about 20 minutes ago. So that's coming. So enjoy the video.
WB2 News, Colorado's first news at 9.
It's an easier way to search for an art project from FDR's New Deal, the first draft of the Declaration of Independence, or even Alexander Graham Bell's patent request for the telephone. Colorado teachers and librarians are learning how to call them up with the click of a mouse. Today, educators from kindergarten to high school levels are learning more about accessing the Library of Congress online.
It's really something when you can actually feel like you're touching the Gettysburg Address, and the Gettysburg Address that Lincoln wrote. It's his handwriting, things that he scratched out.
The teachers and those librarians learn to access the more than 7 million digital archives, which are still growing.
And I think we have to think the right jobs for the right tools.
that we have to think, what exactly is the 21st century powerful learning experience we want our kids to have? What exactly are the powerful things we want them to be learning? And when we have those really clear in our minds, then we can talk about tools for making them happen. And that's what we're going to be focused on today.
Of you, fortunately, a giant audience of people who live this. All of these students live and breathe technology, and they sit there and they will quite often raise their hands and say, no, you're wrong. I remember in 7th grade when Ms. Pearson came to the front of the class and said, so Historic Denver wants us to make a brochure for the Colfax Marathon. And we said, oh no, podcast, because that's new tech, that's what we're living, and we're enjoying it. And it might not have been something she was working with at the time, didn't completely understand it. But we wanted to do that because we were living it. You don't have to know everything in order to teach it.
Using the words from those who lived at the time, whether it's a song, whether it's an essay, whether it's another piece of writing, will allow you to create terms that will help you search for primary sources in the huge collection of, Sherry, how many million? 19 million? 19 plus million.
I think experiential learning is one of the very, very best tools that we can give to our students today. And so many times with the public systems, I teach in a private school right now, with everything that's going on, we don't have that advantage. We don't have that opportunity. And any time that we can do that, it just takes the learning mode from the classroom, from what they're touching and feeling here, and moving around, what they're seeing through technology. If they go out and they experience it, they see it, they become a part of it.
You know, I think that what I want to leave you with here is the idea that you never know what somebody's passion is going to be, but that passion and the ability to express it in a way that is meaningful to you as well as to others is what makes our students lifelong learners.
First lesson they should have taught us in kindergarten was that words are magic. Because all you have to do is pass air through your lips and people can read your mind. So be mindful of the spell that you were casting. Because if you speak a dark curse into life, you can destroy someone's soul, even if you were only 5 years old. How long have you been abusing your power? How might we have maneuvered knowing that our marriage was mangled because we misused our magic, and that slavery is passed down when we curse at our kids? Why do you think they call it a tongue lashing? Some black kids learn Willie Lynch before they learn the alphabet. Then we wonder why their reading scores hang below the others. Who needs jails and institutions when you can hear him speak and know that the child's already trapped inside the language of his mother? But if the intent that orders the words decides the spell that is spoken, just change the order and intent, and that spell can be broken.
We were talking about this, you know, lovely, when you always have your classroom and you're right in the middle of something and who walks in but your administrator with 5 guests. And this happened because we were looking at Angry Birds off of my little iPad, and it's up on the screen and in walks the superintendent. That went over ever so well. Now I'm lucky because our superintendent in Adams 12 is a pretty good thinker, and Chris Godowski's really great, and he looks at it and he says, well, you want to explain that one? And I said, well, I'm not going to explain it. Let's have the kids explain it. And so one of my students stood up and said, you know, Mr. Godowski, we have to learn all this stuff, but we'd rather learn it that way. Well, we know that. We know that kids are engaged in games. We know that this keeps their attention. But then he said, well, give me the value of that, because for me, that's a game. They said, oh, it's not about the game. It's about the fact that you give us multiple tries to learn something before you tell us we don't know it. Wow. Okay, out of the mouth of a 7-year-old.
That was our first 10 years, and now we'll start on our second 10 years. Back to TLD 2014, and speaking of the Library of Congress, Mary Johnson is going to talk about what's new at the Library of Congress. I was thinking when it first started, I think I said there were 7 million. Now they're up to 30 million digitized primary sources on the Library of Congress. 37, sorry, I stand corrected. 37 million. Mary is an author, blogger, and avid Twitter user. She's a former middle school librarian. She's an American Memory Fellow, and she's now the coordinator of the new TPS Teachers Network, a social media network. Mary.
Well, I'm back to talk to you about what's new at the Library of Congress. I am aware that some people at the Library of Congress are actually watching the feed of this. They're watching on YouTube what we're talking about today. So with apologies to people at the Library of Congress, I might make a few mistakes or misrepresent a few things, but I'm doing my best. The best news I have for you, that what I know about that has happened in the last year at the Library of Congress is really good news for teachers. There's a brand new Twitter feed. It's at Teaching LC. I want to start by talking about that. They've been working for a number of years, actually, behind the scenes on a number of improvements to the user experience. I know that over the years I've heard a lot of people say, oh, there's so much on the Library of Congress website, and it's just so overwhelming, and I don't know where to start, and I don't know where to find the teacher stuff. And a lot of the improvements that I'm going to talk about today are really of benefit to teachers. I think you'll be pleased with what you see. And then I'll end with a very special, first time ever, group invitation to join the new TPS Teachers Network, which is what I'm coordinating, and I have the good fortune to be working with Peggy and all of Peggy's staff on that on a daily basis. First, let's talk about the Teaching LC feed. If you're not on Twitter, I'm a believer. I'm a believer in using Twitter purely for professional development. It has honestly become the single most important professional development vehicle that I use. So I know some of you will take a lot of convincing, but I use it all the time. I learn more, I get more links, I do my professional reading. I can talk about just about anything in education because of Twitter. So there's my testimonial. The Library of Congress Ed Outreach staff has just started a Twitter feed in the last, I'd say the last half year. They got it approved at Teaching LC, and I'm just going to show you a series of the types of things that you'll see on it. They start every Monday with what's coming up. So Monday's tweets begin with this week, and this was a couple weeks ago. This week, President's Day, African American History Month, Science Resources, Valentine's Day, that's what's coming up. Sometimes they'll start with a Manuscript Monday, and that's where they'll give you a really teachable text. This is all for teachers. It's not the Library of Congress Twitter feed, it's teacher feed, okay? Specifically for us. And just a couple of weeks ago, they tweeted something about an interview with the daughter of Laura Ingalls Wilder. All right? Think of the ways you could use a text about what it was like to grow up with Laura Ingalls Wilder as your mother if you're teaching the Laura Ingalls Wilder books in elementary school. They tweet primary sources all the time. They're pretty fleet of foot, you know. A couple of weeks ago, Shirley Temple Black died, and they immediately had a picture up. You do recognize her, right? Or do you have to be of a certain age? Or they tweet primary sources related to historical events, birthdays. This was Thomas Alva Edison's birthday, and they tweeted a series of photographs of his lab. And you could have your students compare labs of his time with the labs that they use today. They do a Throwback Thursday. Let me go back to that one. A Throwback Thursday. That's something you may have seen TBT on Facebook. My brother started posting old photographs of the family on Facebook on Thursday, so he does his own Throwback Thursdays. Or Photo Friday. This was a Photo Friday image. Do you know what it is? It's the Korean War Monument, and it happened to be snowing heavily in Washington, D.C. the day that they tweeted that. They tweet links to primary source sets. This is like the way in. It's like you don't have to study every single primary source set that's on the teacher's page. You just follow the Twitter feed and you'll get one every once in a while. So it's not so overwhelming as having to tackle the entire Library of Congress website. Lesson plans, other teaching materials. This was a primary source set of NAACP materials and photographs. And announcements for teachers. I'm telling you, if you haven't applied yet for a Summer Teacher Institute at the Library of Congress, there is still time. And we have over the years had an incredible number of really talented teachers from the state of Colorado attend that Summer Teacher Institute. This summer, there are 3 normal, regular Summer Teacher Institutes. They're each a week long. And then there's a special seminar this summer on civil rights, 1 week, and another one on science. So if you're interested in getting more science materials, that's been a real focus of the Ed Outreach people this year. I'm going to switch gears now and talk to you about those updates I said were coming or have come on the Library of Congress website. I was actually working on this presentation on Monday night, and all of a sudden the whole website changed. I go, okay, going to have to take a few new screenshots. It's much improved. I like the look of it, don't you? It's cleaner. It's easier to read. It's really easy to get to the teacher materials. The staff, the behind-the-scenes programmers and so on at the Library of Congress have been really working hard on improving your discovery of items in the Library of Congress site, as well as improving a number of tools. So, you know, it's not like you're using Abraham Lincoln's compass, which, by the way, I learned is at the Ford Museum. I keep doing that. Easy to find the education resources. They put us front and center on the top bar now. So you just click on that education link. You don't have to look for that little tiny word teachers buried somewhere in all of the words on the Library of Congress homepage. If you click on that, it takes you to this page, which along the left-hand side has for students and lifelong learners. I think for you teachers and librarians, this right side is really handy. It takes you right to the blog post, Teaching with the Library of Congress. It takes you to teacher resources, lesson plans, primary source sets, professional development opportunities, all there, easy to get at, just from that one education link. It took me a while to get used to the new search box on the homepage of loc.gov. I am hooked on it now. You know, for years, I'd go into each collection. And I knew the collections pretty well, so I'd go to American Memory, and then I'd find the collection I wanted, and then I'd search on that. This is a universal search. You librarians out there know what that's all about. And it's easy. It's like a 2-step process. You select the format you're looking for, and you add a search term. And you don't even have to select the format. I was looking for a map of Denver, and so I chose maps under format. And then I entered the search term Denver, and do you see the drop-down? It populates the drop-down with other choices, so you can immediately get a better search going. You can choose your search. So I found this map. This is an 1889 map of Denver, Colorado. This is where I want to tell you that some of the tools are just fabulous in the new Library of Congress site. And one of the tools that's my favorite is actually it's an interface. It's an interface for maps. So you're able to zoom really easily. You can take kids into the smallest details of the maps across the library. You can download them. You can download them as GIFs, JPEGs, a lot of choices. I zoomed in on where we are. I had to look up the address of History Colorado Center, 1200 Broadway, and that's what it was like in 1889. And I think, like, across the street there, is that the Denver Art Museum? Or see, I'm not from Denver, so. Or the parking lot or something. So that's what it looked like a few years ago. I love that tool, and I think it has huge potential for teaching. Have you ever heard of facets? That's a term I learned a couple of years ago. That's whenever you see a site that has a really strong search capability built into it. You can search pretty generally, like this was a search on the American Revolution, but those facets along the left-hand side allow you to narrow your search so you can get exactly what you're looking for. So you can choose the format, you can choose a date range, you can choose a language, and they go down. So you have a lot of choices along the left-hand side, and you keep narrowing your search. Librarians, you should love this. I'm one of you. They're really shifting all of the collections at the Library of Congress to a consistent look, a lot cleaner display, a lot of visual at the top. So this is fairly typical of what the collections are changing to. Same content, same accessibility, different look, easier to use. And you can see along the bottom, if you're even able to read the bottom there, about this collection, you still have that. You still have essays about the different collections written by historians and others, and you can go straight to the collection item. So this is the new look. Compare that to this. That's the old look of an old American Memory collection, which was, American Memory was made for teachers. But this one was the emergence of advertising in America. And I want to explain kind of what happened here. Back in the 90s, when the Library of Congress was really getting going on their digitizing of materials, they granted big bunches of money to a number of museums and universities and cultural institutions to digitize collections that the library was interested in having available for teachers like us. This is an example of that, for the emergence of advertising. But it's not a Library of Congress collection. It's from Duke University. So Duke got the grant, Duke digitized, Duke made it available on the Library of Congress website. But in the years since then, almost 15 years since, well, universities would change servers, and universities would change links, and they'd be off doing their own thing, and the library was having a lot of trouble keeping up with all of these grants that had been in 1998. So what they've done now is every time that happens in a collection like this, they have a link that takes you out to the actual collection at that university. So now instead of this, it takes you out straight to the Duke University Emergence of Advertising in America collection. And you can search from there. So that solved that problem. Does that remind you of Downton Abbey? She's actually giving the driver, I shouldn't say the driver, she's giving the rider a Kodak camera. Do it again. It's not impossible to keep up with all of this. You could keep up with all of this. I use a few techniques, and I'll tell you about those, about how to keep up with the latest tools and the newest collections, upcoming exhibits. I'm going to tell you about it, just a handful of those. I really like this new collection. It's called, actually, it's a website within the huge overarching Library of Congress website. It has a bunch of websites in it. This is, I keep doing that. This is the National Jukebox Collection, and it's historical recordings. But what I love about this is they have a new tool in it too, and that is they allow streaming audio straight from the page where you find a song. And you can build your own playlist. So let's say you're teaching Civil War. You can build a collection out of National Jukebox of Civil War music and then just play that collection for your kids right from this streaming audio tool. So that's a nice feature of that one. Clara Barton papers are new on the website. I think these papers, if you teach the Civil War era, have tremendous potential for finding texts, especially for Common Core, for close reading. They're easy to read. This is one of Clara Barton's diaries from the Civil War era, and I just pulled out just a handful of words to show you what I mean. She wrote, "No provision has been made for such a wholesale slaughter." Those are powerful words, and the words are all waiting for us to find their, you know, it takes a while to search for those words, to search for those texts, but if you follow the Teaching LC Twitter feed, and if you follow the blog called Teaching with the Library of Congress, they make it easy for you. Or if you check out the Manuscript Monday from the Teaching LC Twitter feed, it's like a slow and gentle way to find texts and teachable texts without the pain of spending all your spare time in the Library of Congress website, which I do for pleasure. There's a new civil rights exhibition coming up, so you can watch for new exhibitions all the time, always with good materials. And what's cool about the exhibitions for teachers, I think the educational outreach people are always working with the collections people and with the new exhibitions, and it's like they're all in this together. So the staff did a new primary source set for science just recently, but they did it partly because of the new Carl Sagan papers that were introduced as a collection. So you've got the new collection, you've got the new primary source set with teaching guides, you've got the Twitter feed telling you about it, you've got the blog, Teaching with the Library of Congress, giving you ideas and giving you links to make your life easy. So I love everything that's new that I've been able to talk about today. There's one other huge new piece that I don't have the time to go into detail, but I just want to tell you that this exists now. It's just out of beta, and it's called congress.gov, and it's replacing Thomas. Okay, over time, it's replacing Thomas. It is much more searchable. You can see it's way cleaner. It's a nicer design. They keep adding features, and they announce those features every so often. They just added appropriations to it so you can find out where the money's going. And this uses responsive design. If you've heard that term, it means that it works equally well on a mobile device, on a desktop, on a laptop, on a telephone, on a phone, a cell phone, and on an iPad, and so on. And again, it uses facets. So now you learned a new word, right? It uses facets. So if you look at education, you can say, okay, what bills have been introduced, what's passed the House, what's passed the Senate, is it law, is it not, where is it in committee? You can find all that out. If you're a librarian in a high school, be sure you tell your AP government teachers about this. And then you can learn it together. I'd say, do you agree? 2 thumbs up for the Library of Congress. They are working for teachers. But I'm not done. How do you keep up? I've mentioned several things. Follow that at Teaching LC on Twitter. Best decision of your professional life. Subscribe to the Teaching with the Library of Congress blog. This is a small team of dedicated people who really care about connecting with teachers. And they will provide you with so many ideas, so many materials. You will never regret reading that blog. And it's about, I'd say, three or four posts a week, so it's not overwhelming. Look for TPS professional development opportunities. Obviously, you already did that or you wouldn't be here, right? But there's also that Summer Teacher Institute I told you about. And the TPS program across the country, I mean, you're darn lucky to have the Western Region program here and this incredible staff here in Denver. But across the country, they give 800 workshops a year. So if you have, brothers or sisters in the teaching field, tell them about the TPS programs and all the professional development opportunities. Also, on the teacher's page, or if you click on that education button at the top of the Library of Congress homepage, there are professional development modules that you can follow in the pleasure of your own company from home. And you might be able to talk your school district into giving you credit for those modules. They're each about an hour long. So think about that for getting more pay. But the best news is we now, as of January 15th, 2014, there is a brand new TPS Teachers Network. And I want to show you what it looks like. This is what we do. This is who we're for. You can. This is what the TPS Commons looks like. This is one of the groups on the network. It's the biggest group, the most general group. This is by invitation only network, and you're getting an invitation. But there's a little step you have to take first. You can share teaching ideas. This was a Minnesota librarian, elementary librarian, who shared what he had done to help kindergarten with their first primary source analysis ever of Ruby Bridges, of this Ruby Bridges picture. You can, I'm sorry, I'm not very good at this, share links and resources in this TPS Teachers Network. I seem to be always one step behind with my, see? Discuss pedagogy. This is a Common Core group. Join groups. We have a STEM group, TPS Tech Talk, Common Core groups, the TPS Commons. We have a lot of private groups in the network for specific workshops as well, but to start with, I would suggest that you join the public groups. You can connect with friends. There's even an internal email system, but everything's about teaching with Library of Congress in this entire network. You can get answers and ideas, ask questions, collect primary source photos. There's a photo album option in the network. So join, and this is how you do it. Email me. I'm going to leave this up for a second. Write it down. Email me, johnsonmaryj@mac.com. And then put something in the subject line like, I don't know, let me in. But I need to know that you're from this TLD. So if you could use TLD somewhere in your subject line, that would be helpful. And then, you know, give me time to get home to Colorado Springs and give me time to eat my dinner. And maybe tomorrow I'll send you a link. But this is such an exciting new development that we can all network, we can extend the experience after today, and we can continue to connect with each other and so on. So I'm real excited about this. So I will see you online.
Okay, and next we have Jason Hansen. His title, I told you that story so I could tell you this one, Networking Over a Few Beers. Jason is a member of the research faculty at the Center for the American West at the University of Colorado at Boulder. He works on a variety of projects related to energy development, land use, and water systems, Colorado history, and beer. He also works at the Colorado Governor's Office to facilitate opportunities to incorporate more Colorado history into our classroom. Jason.
Hello, everybody. So, first of all, I'm Jason Hansen. You just heard what I do. Center of the American West at CU Boulder is a research organization. We deal with all sorts of Western issues. And then I also do some work with the Governor's Office to promote the use of Colorado history in classrooms. Thank you for having me here, TPS, and for hosting us, History Colorado. Isn't this awesome? This is, come on, I feel like I just ate lunch, you just ate lunch, we're all a little sleepy right now. I'm going to hopefully change the energy level a little bit by talking about beer, because it's after lunch, and it is now a decent time to talk about beer. So this is Vine Street Pub. This is one of my neighborhood pubs. It's maybe a half-hour walk from here on 17th Street. I want to play a little game, a little after-lunch game. You guys all know the game 6 Degrees of Separation, or 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. Everybody knows this game, right? Where you try and connect things within 6 degrees. You try and connect an actor to Kevin Bacon within 6 movies that they've been in. I want to play something that we are tentatively calling 6 Degrees of Coloradoation? I don't have a good name for it. 6 Degrees of Colorado, or 6 Degrees of Separation, Colorado edition, wherein I will endeavor to connect something from our present, beer, to events in Colorado's past. It's a fun game at a bar. It might be a fun game here. I've never actually done this before in front of an audience, so we'll see if it works. So I was thinking, what should I try and connect to? And because the 100th anniversary is coming up in a couple of months, I thought the Ludlow Massacre. And I also, because I like a challenge, I'm going to connect a pint of beer that you may drink this afternoon to the Ludlow Massacre right here before your eyes. For those of you who don't know, the Ludlow Massacre was the violent end of a strike in southern Colorado, a coalfield strike in southern Colorado on April 20th, 1914. Militiamen and strikers engaged in a gun battle. The tent camp that the strikers were living in was burned down, and a number of people died, including 11 children and 2 women who were suffocated in their hiding spot in one of their tents. So my goal for this talk, in talking about this, is to trace a series of connections that I'll bet you have never thought about before. And in doing so, explore an idea for how we can help students build stronger knowledge networks by starting from the places we already know and the things that we already find interesting and moving out from there. So, first degree. Maybe. Which way do I press? Someone will. Oh. Okay. There it is. Beer. It's delicious. You may have noticed in Colorado, we pour a lot of it. We make a lot of it. We have somewhere in the vicinity of 200 breweries here in Colorado. That puts us in it. I say somewhere in the vicinity because they open up so fast that it is really hard to keep an accurate count. That puts us somewhere around third in terms of states who have the most breweries. It also puts us around third in per capita, breweries per capita. However, I just have to point this out, we are not anywhere close to third when it comes to how much we drink. We don't drink as much as other places, even though we have a lot more opportunity to do so, presumably. But it wasn't always this way. In the 1960s and 70s, Colorado had but one brewery. So, how did we get, maybe, there we go, from 1 to 200? You guys recognize them? So actually the first new brewery to open up in Colorado was Boulder Beer in 1979. But for craven reasons, I am going to focus on this place called the Wine Coop Brew Pub that was opened by a guy named John Hickenlooper in 1988. It was the first brew pub in the state. And when it opened, people were, maybe, I am having some sort of tech. There we go. People were interested in a couple of things. I didn't mention this, but I'm going to try and do this using all primary sources. So, looking at some old newspapers of the day. Come on, there we go. You'll see what they were interested in is the interesting beers. You can't just say, give me a light at the brew pub, they were saying. You have to ask for a Splatz Porter or a Carp Ale or a Hickenlooper Light or a Timberline Ale. These are all different styles that hadn't really been seen in Colorado in a while. And people were also interested in how fast things were growing. The Wine Coop retired its debt relatively quickly and was followed by a slew of brew pubs and other breweries Okay, so I told, oh my goodness gracious. I told you that story so I could tell you this one. Thank you for advancing. How did we end up with only one brewer? It seems unthinkable today. What set the stage for the revival that would come? The answer to both of those questions in a single word is the suburbs. We all know the story, right? GIs come back from the war, America embarks on a decade of economic prosperity, several decades of economic prosperity. Suburbs were built to house returning GIs and just to meet the large demand that had pent up for about 2 decades in the 30s and 40s. Many GIs moved out to the suburbs, and the brewers followed them out there. This is from a series that ran from 1945 to 1956. The U.S. Brewers Association put it out. It's called Beer Belongs, and I just want to point out a few things about some of these ads. On the left here, you will see that's a happy young newlywed couple planning out their new suburban house on a series of floor plans. In the middle, this is what might be the same happy couple enjoying, presumably, their new suburban house. And here on the right is some of these great activities they're doing on their large lots, barbecues and croquet with the family. Also notice the taglines at the bottom. Beer belongs, enjoy it. What makes a glass of beer so good? And my favorite, in this friendly, freedom-loving land of ours, beer belongs, enjoy it. So these are portraying an idealized new domestic sphere, right? This is brewers saying the place to have a cold one is at home. Here's a second group of them. There are a few reasons that this is possible, and these ads really inadvertently show why it's possible. First, there's television advertising coming into play in the 40s and 50s. You see that on the left. They're watching a TV as the woman brings them beer. Second, and one of the women enjoys the beer. Second, in the middle there's refrigeration. You can pick up a 6-pack and bring it home and put it in the fridge. And this one is entitled Showing Off the New Kitchen. These were all titled you could actually send away and get prints sent to you to hang in your den. So they all had titles. They were by reputable illustrators at the time. And the third one, you see they're holding cans. Cans made it so much easier to package beer and to ship it that brewers were able to produce more, consumers were able to take it home and leave it in their fridge until they were ready for it. So why buy just one 6-pack? Go ahead, buy 2. They fit nicely in your shopping bag and they'll keep in your fridge. And the other thing to note about all of these ads is there are women drinking in all of them. Why is that important? Why would the brewers recalibrate their image in this way to so directly target women in the suburbs? Well, prohibition, of course. They're scared of prohibition coming back. It was not a sure thing. It was not apparent to people in America that prohibition wouldn't return. It had happened once. Why couldn't it happen again? And the brewers responded to this by recalibrating their image and also the formula of their beers to a lighter, less hoppy variety that we today call pale American lager, and you probably know as Coors and Budweiser and the like, so that it was more palatable for people who weren't used to drinking beer. If they were offered beer at a party, like a croquet party out in the suburbs, they could sip on it and enjoy it. A few GIs who had tasted beer overseas wanted better. They started home brewing around the same time out in their garages, presumably in the suburbs. And these GIs became uniformly the first brewers in the country, the first craft brewers in the country. So that's how the suburbs set up both the rise of the pale American lager and sort of the monolithic American beer of the 70s, and the backlash that comes in craft brewing. Okay, that was 3 degrees. 4 degrees, whoa. That one went fast. How did the few brewers who did survive, and there were 4 brewers who survived Prohibition in Colorado, how did they survive Prohibition? So this is building as primary source. This is the Highland Tavern, actually. It's over in the Highland neighborhood. It's a great little neighborhood bar. It was recently discovered by the Food Network. Guy Fieri came. It was a little bit unfortunate. Now there's a wait to be seated a lot of the time. But it's... go away. There's something else that... Excuse me. I get so excited about Guy Fieri. There's something else to note about this. I do not agree about the clicker. Set in the brickwork above this building is the word Coors. This building was built by Coors in 1901. It was part of maybe a dozen of them around the state. Coors built its own distribution network, as did almost every other brewer, either by building their own taverns or by making financial arrangements with tavern owners to only sell their product. These are fun. I know of 4 of these still in existence. I've heard there are at least 10 still standing, but I haven't found them all. The ones I know of, there's one in Elyria Swansea near the stock show, there's one in Littleton, there's one in Golden, and there's this one here. But I've heard there's one in Pueblo and in other towns around the state. So Coors is building its own distribution network to distribute its beer. We'll also look at its advertising real quick. Each of these ads tell us something about Coors. That first one on the left there appeared in the Svenska Correspondenten, which was a Denver newspaper aimed at the Swedish population. This is early market segmentation and identity marketing. Coors and every other brewer was aiming at all sorts of people. The middle one there is referring to bottling works. This is another technological advance in the late 1800s that allowed beer to be shipped. Previous to that, there's only kegs, and beer spoils too badly. But by figuring out how to put a cap on a bottle efficiently and how to pasteurize that bottle of beer in the 1870s and 80s, beer was able to be shipped. And of course, it's being shipped on an expanding rail network. And finally, this one on the right here, if you can see in the upper left there, it says, no syndicate, no company, no trust, Adolf Coors beer. You patronize home industry when you drink it. Well, what that's referring to is the fact that as national competition became a factor in the brewing industry, corporate consolidation became a way forward for breweries to survive. And that often meant international investment. A couple of the notable breweries at the time in Denver were bought by an English syndicate and had to spend a lot of time defending the fact that they were now foreign owned. And Coors is playing up the fact that it is still a local company here. So as Coors is expanding, so are all the others. Like I said, that Budweiser ad is from the Denver Times, or Denver Daily Tribune, 1878. That's when Bud is first being sold in Colorado. And this is 17th Street in Denver, looking northwest from 1890. You can see the Schlitz Brewing outpost there. So Colorado companies are having to stave off competition. Previous to this, it had been a mostly local enterprise. You had your local brewery, you went to it, you drank the beer, you left. All right, so I told you that story, so I can tell you this one. Oh, of course, we know Coors survived. And what's interesting about this picture, notice the sign. What is Coors selling? This is during Prohibition. Coors got large enough to diversify its operations, to afford to be able to diversify its operations during Prohibition, and that is how it managed to survive Prohibition. And most of the breweries who really successfully survived Prohibition did something of the sort. All right, so to paraphrase the leading historian, Daniel Ockrent, the leading historian of Prohibition, how the hell did this happen? Referring to Prohibition. And just quickly, I want to look at two pictures from people drinking beer pre-Prohibition. Here we have a typical saloon scene from turn of the 20th century. Here's another saloon scene, this one in Cripple Creek. So, isn't that a great picture? A couple of things jump out at me. First of all, these are both in saloons. The majority of drinking was done in saloons prior to Prohibition. And there are only men in these pictures. Saloons were the province of men. Respectable women didn't go to saloons. They occasionally came to the back door and the bartender would give them something to take home in a jug. But that was as far as it went. Third, there's a donkey in this picture. I don't know if you can see it. And it says right here, our pet. This is a community of people. They take care of this donkey. They bring him into the bar. They probably get him drunk. But saloons were enclaves, were communities where especially ethnic groups would meet. They became social centers for various communities who were not part necessarily of the mainstream. All right, so what does all this have to do with Ludlow? Ludlow, actually, a lot of the threads that we have been tracing backwards here converge in Ludlow in this mining camp. This is a photograph of some of the men and the boys at the tent camp shortly before the massacre. You'll notice, again, it's all men. There's a decisive gender division in society that you see in the saloons, that you see in work. Industrialization. The coal that they're mining in Ludlow is actually powering the expansion of the brewing industry that we've been talking about. Corporate consolidation. Some of the labor concerns of the period are related to companies consolidating, getting much bigger, forming trusts. The same thing is happening in the brewing industry, and it's happening in the coal industry, and it's happening in industries across the country. There's an anti-immigrant bent to it. Many of the miners here were immigrants. Most of the miners were immigrants. Just like most of the people in popular imagination who frequented saloons were immigrants. And they engendered the same stereotypes either way. And women's suffrage plays into it here. It's all men because of this divided society, this inequitable society. This is before women had the right to vote. One of the planks in the suffrage, or in the Prohibition platform, was give women the right to vote, so that they will vote for prohibition, for temperance, to bring their men back home, to promote more equality and less wasted paychecks at the saloon. And that's just a few. And just because showing you one picture really isn't enough to prove it, here's a newspaper account. This is a retrospective account of what happened at Ludlow. It is more of an editorial piece than it is an actual news account, but that's what you tend to get in this era. Two things jump out in it. This explains that the miners on the left here, they were thinking of blood while they were drinking beer at their anarchist tavern. There's these these men not to be trusted, and we don't understand their language. There were 20 different nationalities, it says on the right here. 8 interpreters were required to relay any order from the militia. You can see the threads of suspicion running through. All right, so what did I tell you all this? It wasn't just to bum you out next time you have a beer. It was to give you a demonstration of how our lives today are woven from the threads of many interconnected events. And what I want to suggest here today is that the meaning is in those connections. The way that we understand events is determined by how we see them connecting to events in the past and to our present. How do we encourage students to consider those pathways? I would suggest that you can play 6 degrees of separation in your classroom. You can find ways to promote those creative connections. These were thin connections, I realize. This is not a monograph here. But it's a fun mental exercise to connect and to see how things do tie together. And that's a way to train them in historical thinking, because history is the term that we use in school to describe how ideas flow through people's lives and create a past that gives the present meaning. It's how we teach combinatorial creativity, the notion that combining things is one of the most creative things that we can do. And that may be the key 21st century learning objective, seeing the connections between things, creatively combining them. And you don't have to just take my word for it. You can take the word of the sage of all things networking, Steve Jobs, who said, creativity is just connecting things. And unfortunately, that's too rare of a commodity, but it doesn't have to be. It's something we can teach. We can teach creativity. Why should we do this as a Colorado story? Well, because we always begin with ourselves. Learning starts from what we know, and it moves out from there. We graft and we fit new knowledge onto existing networks of understanding in our own worlds. And there's a civic component. Remember this guy? If you didn't know, he went on to become governor. And he really, the reason that I'm here and working on this is he really strongly believes that by learning more about Colorado, by investing and understanding where we came from and who we are, we get a better sense of who we're going, and it builds a stronger society, a stronger civic cement. That starts in social studies classrooms, and in a way that makes you people sitting here today the most important keys to our future in the state and in the world. So thank you very much. If anyone has any questions, please get in touch.
Our next presenter, Stephanie Hartman. Stephanie's presentation is Off the Beaten Path, A Journey Across Colorado. Stephanie is serving as the Social Studies Content Specialist for the Colorado Department of Education. She's a member of the Standards and Instructional Support SIS team, which provides support implementing the Colorado Academic Standards. She came to the Colorado Department of Ed from Nevada. She holds a PhD in Curriculum and Instruction from the University of Nevada, Reno, and an MA in Integrated Curriculum from the University of Washington, and a BA in Secondary Social Studies from the University of Northern Colorado. So welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you. All right, so I put, whoa. I know I have a loud voice. I'm like, I got to make sure the microphone's far away from me. So this is really tough because it's a Friday afternoon, and you all spent the last 15 minutes thinking about beer. And now I have to come up here and talk about stuff that has nothing to do with beer and try to somehow engage you in what I want to talk about today. I really want to start with something that was super cool that happened just now. My grandfather is in the Sporting Goods Hall of Fame with people like Spalding, okay? It's super cool for me. I grew up immersed in the history of my family, both on my mother's and father's side. So while I was sitting here listening to you all, and I was checking emails and checking the Twitter feed and checking all the things that were going on, an email came across from my father. And he keeps in contact with his fraternity brothers from Purdue University. And in this email, somebody had said, the initial email was something about Chicago and this lost history of Chicago. And my dad responded. And he started a story, an amazing story about my great-grandfather and sand knitting mills in Chicago, Illinois. And proceeded to tell the story of sand knitting mills and how sand knit progressed over time, eventually moved to Berlin, Wisconsin. There was a time in the 70s, 60s and 70s when the majority of NFL and NBA uniforms were made by my grandfather's company. And as a kid, I used to go visit that. And I actually, well, I can't go into that. If you want to know the rest of the story, I'll tell you later. But here's why I started down that road. Because one of the things that Jason kind of ended with is this idea about the stories of just Colorado, the stories of ourselves. And that is such an important piece of primary sources. and helping kids to understand that primary sources are things that they have at home. They're not always things that live out there about other people. What I want to help you all with today, hopefully, is to give you a resource to help you think about, okay, this is super great. We've spent the day listening to amazing speakers talk about primary sources and all these different amazing technologies and all this stuff, for lack of a really academic term, by the way. But how do you do this now? How do you take this into a classroom in a way that's meaningful? So at the Colorado Department of Education about a year and a half ago, we embarked on an amazing journey, one that is absolutely uncharted territory, okay? And that was to work with school districts to develop curriculum based on the Colorado academic standards. We're in phase 3. Whoa, it worked. So we're in phase 3 right now, and phase 3 is about working with teachers around the state to develop their capacity within school districts, but also their own knowledge to build curriculum based on unit overviews that were developed by teachers a year ago. So one of my very first locations was Merino, Colorado. This was an amazing experience for me. I grew up in Boulder. My parents took me around the state. I'd been to the sand dunes. I'd been to Durango. I mean, we traveled. I did not travel to Merino, Colorado. Is there anybody here who knows where Merino, Colorado is? Awesome. It is about 15 miles from Sterling. Okay? So we talk about off the beaten path. I just want to show you something here. Can you see the colored buildings here on the side? 95% of that is a facade. There's nothing there on the back side. The 2 or 3 buildings where there is something is down towards that left-hand end. Do you see the turquoise building next to the yellow? The turquoise building is the former barbershop. It's a 1-chair barbershop. The little barber pole is still outside. That's where we had the workshop. Notice I said former barbershop. So our surroundings during these 3 days with these 6 teachers writing this amazing curriculum that they wrote, which was so much fun, was in the in this case, the historical context of this town, a former barbershop. So here's what we did. My team is 6 people. It's not my personal team. I'm part of a team of 6 content specialists. There are 178 school districts in Colorado. There are 6 content specialists. We spent 5 months traveling. I personally conducted 13 3-day workshops around the state. I think the opportunity to connect with educators around the state was absolutely priceless. I had the opportunity to meet people in places I'd never been, hear about the teaching situations, hear about the challenges teachers had with curriculum, with standards, fears about the assessment, the impending assessment, all of those pieces. It was an absolutely amazing journey and an amazing experience. I want to show you what 6 of us was able to do. This is obviously the state of Colorado with what you can see, all of the school districts. Everything in orange represents districts who have participated in the curriculum project since we started 2 years ago. That, to me, is pretty amazing when you think about the fact there are 6 of us. The point of this is understanding this need of so many school districts for curriculum. Because curriculum, as you know, as teachers, is the foundation from which we teach. I'm a former high school social studies teacher. The curriculum is what you use. It's your roadmap in the classroom. And we've got districts. I was down in Lamar. Do you know where Kim, Colorado is? Anybody know where Kim, Colorado is? Do you all know Kim, Colorado is a school district? There's 1 school. There is 1 social studies teacher, grade 6-12. 1. She can't develop curriculum for all the high school courses, all the 6th, 7th, 8th grade, etc. So what do you do then? Well, you default to the textbook. Don't get me in that. So what did we do? Well, we developed, I don't even know what I'm supposed to point at. I'm just pointing this thing. So we developed, oh, there's my teachers. Oh, here, look. If you look over there on the left-hand side, see the mirror? Right in front of that mirror is the barber chair. So we set out then to build these instructional units based on unit overviews that had been built a year before. And so, again, I don't know what I'm supposed to click at. Oop, there we go. So the instructional units really kind of break things down. They're not lesson plans, folks. Our intent was never to build lesson plans. That's what you all as teachers do. Okay? That's your expertise, that's your wheelhouse. The idea behind the instructional units is that we give you some strategies, some resources, some differentiation options, and some assessment ideas directly connected to the Colorado academic standards. So what is coming out of this work for social studies are 14 sample social studies units, 1 per grade level, and then at the high school level there's 1 per content area. I know you can't see that, but I wanted to show you and give you a snapshot idea of what's here. This makes up the whole of the instructional units, okay? This is a learning experience. It's one piece of it. The entire instructional unit is about 25 pages. And what it allows you as a teacher to do is to sit down and say, okay, I can build lesson plans from this because this provides me a really cool roadmap to do that. So what I want to do is focus specific. Oh, yeah. This is the exciting news. I realized today as I was kind of like reviewing this before I got up here because I was kind of feeling nervous that I put this totally in the wrong spot. This should have been towards the end because this is kind of like the woohoo announcement, right? So I kind of blew it, and so now you don't have to listen to the rest of it. Y'all can just totally tune out. These units, over 120 of them, will be available online at the CDE, on our CDE website at the end of March, which is pretty exciting. All right, so somebody earlier today talked about copyright and Google and images and all that kind of stuff. Oh, yeah. And I realized that I have this image here. Yeah, all right, I'll just move right on past that image. Because what I do want to show you are these images and tell you a little bit about the learning experiences that are developed for all of the history units. Focus on the use of primary and secondary sources and engaging students in the historical inquiry process. Getting them to look at primary sources, specifically, and in many cases, primary sources available on the Library of Congress website. This particular primary source that I wanted to show you, because I think it's super cool, is part of about 20 documents that I have that were my great-grandfather's. As you can see, he lived in Fairbury, Illinois. How cool is it, even if students can't themselves think about things that they have at home, but to be able to bring in a little bit of your lives and who you are outside the classrooms and use those primary sources and get kids to look at this and ask questions like, look at that address. That's the whole address. In the email that my dad wrote when he said when he was a kid, he moved to Skokie, Illinois, his phone number was Skokie 7. I mean, how cool is that kind of information? And to be able to talk to kids about, well, how is that? How is it possible that a phone number could be Skokie 7? So here's the rest of that letter, which I think is super cool, telling my great-grandfather that his accident policy has been canceled because it hasn't been paid for. Now, that brings about an interesting question, doesn't it? So did he not pay for it because he didn't need it anymore? Did he not pay for it because he wasn't fiscally responsible and just decided, yeah, I'm just not going to pay that this month? And I actually don't know the answer to that question. But what I do want to show you is my great-grandfather. This is Lewis Henderson. From what I understand from my mother, he was an amazing man. So, let me tell you about how these learning experiences kind of play out. Here's an example of a task description. So the teacher may provide primary and secondary sources. For example, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, things like Plessy versus Ferguson, Jim Crow excerpts, etc., so that students can begin examining the relationship and tensions between majority rule and minority rights. This is about these bigger ideas, not the really specific, what was the 13th Amendment? What was the 14th Amendment? What was the 15th Amendment? And then now here's your test. In this particular case, the teachers who wrote these said, look, here's a great resource where you could find some information on the Library of Congress website. This particular one is called The African American Odyssey, Reconstruction and Its Aftermath. Again, great information, great primary sources, and great opportunities for teachers to utilize those resources in their classrooms. This is a good spot maybe to talk about an assessment piece. There was a question earlier about how do you get kids to engage in this process, to do these things, when you have to think about and worry about teaching to the test? So here's a little insider info. If you are teaching to the Colorado Academic Standards, which focuses on skills, and you have students reading primary sources, extracting important information, interpreting information, thinking critically, answering questions, your students will fly and be amazing on the assessment. There is some content in the assessments, and if you are teaching to the Colorado Academic Standards for Social Studies, your students will be very successful. And all of this curriculum, all of the unit overviews, and it's all sample. This is not state-mandated curriculum. This is not the state. I get that a lot. I go out to these workshops and I'm like, oh, the state's here. I'm like, yep, that's me. I'm the entire state of Colorado right here. This is not, it's all sample, it's all voluntary. But it's a resource. It's one more tool for your toolbox when you're thinking about how do I teach these standards? What resources are available? I get emails all the time from teachers saying, I've got to teach social studies next year. I don't even know where to start. Okay? Or what resources are available. So where you can find this information, these are the links, and I know that this is going to go away in a minute and y'all are going to panic and so on and so forth. Don't, because if you go to the main CDE website, on the left-hand side, you'll see standards and instruction. There's like a little list. There's assessment and educator effectiveness, and there's standards and instruction. If you click on that link, it will take you to that first, it will take you right there. That's where you'll find out all the information you need to know about the Colorado District Sample Curriculum Project. It is where you can find all of the unit overviews that have already been developed and were developed over the last year and are the foundation for the development of these instructional units, which will be posted at the end of March. And if push comes to shove, give me a call. Or actually email me because my phone number's not there. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Our next speaker, Mikhail Goyal, he's actually coming to us from New York, and we're going to Skype him in. Mikhail, where he lives, at 18, he was an activist and author. He's currently working on City as the School Experiment and a Student Bill of Rights. He's appeared as a commentator on MSNBC and Fox and has written for the New York Times, MSNBC, NPR, and Forbes. An international speaker, Nikhil has spoken at Google, The Atlantic, Fast Company, NBC, MIT, Stanford, Barnard College, and SXSW. Welcome, Nikhil, on the screen.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Well, thanks so much for the opportunity to speak to all of you today. So I want to talk for about 10 minutes or so, and then we could jump into some Q&A. I love that part. So I'd like to talk about really the some of the extraordinary models of education and learning that are happening around the world today. I think we talk too much about the problems, what is wrong with schools, what's the problem with low test scores and charter schools, etc. And we don't spend nearly enough time really addressing what is actually working around the country today. And so I want to talk about a model of schooling called free schools and democratic schools. And these schools are, there are around a few hundred of them around the world today. And their major principles are as follows. They believe that children should have the freedom to learn and play without coercion. They believe in democratic process. They believe in age mixing rather than age segregation, and a number of other things. These schools have been around since the 1960s and 70s, at least in the United States. And one of the first schools of this kind of model was the Summerhill School in England. And that was started in the early 1900s by a man named Alexander Neal. And his main premise was that the school should fit the needs of the child rather than the reverse. And so he crafted this boarding school of in northern England, and he decided that we shouldn't have required classes, we shouldn't have any required tests, that children are natural learners. So therefore, if we give them freedom and opportunities and resources, they will all rise up to the occasion and learn what they truly are most interested in. And he also believed that there should be democratic process. So at these democratic and free schools, after A.S. Neal started the school in England, he published a book called Summerhill. And Summerhill was published a few decades after the school was opened, and that book was a major influence for the free school movement in the United States. And in this period of time, it was during the 1960s and 70s, during the countercultural revolution and the Vietnam-era protests. And the free school movement started to gain a lot of steam during this period of time. And they grew, and they had hundreds of these schools around the country. After the protests, the number declined a bit. And now there are hundreds of these schools around the country. And I visited one of them, the Philly Free School. And what's remarkable about this school is that each week they have democratic process. So they believe that children should vote on school policies. They actually, what they do is that every week they have a meeting, and staff members and children alike vote on what's the biggest issue of the day. Not only that, they have a process where, say somebody breaks a rule, they have a list of rules that kids have to follow. They actually go to trial with a jury of their peers and a staff member. So it's it's an extraordinary democratic process, and it's very egalitarian. And the result of this is that there's very little violence, there's very little bullying, and the kids feel that they are trusted. I think that's the most important thing that that's tragically lost in this education system, is that we fail to trust children. We fail to realize that they are learning animals, in the words of John Holt, that if we give them enough freedom, and if we let them learn based on their intrinsic motivation rather than extrinsic, that they will learn the basics: reading, writing, reading, writing, arithmetic, as well as a plethora of other subjects and topics they really enjoy. And so what I believe is that the problem in American education is that not only do we have a lack of these kinds of schools, but that we shield young people from the real world. And that's the larger point I want to address. When we look at American education, you have 13 years of where children are confined in school buildings, that they have very little opportunity to go into the public square, libraries, museums, maker spaces, athletic centers, community centers. There's very little opportunity other than that, those rare field trips, which are just a day long or so. But beyond that, they're mostly just caged in these buildings for 13 years. And I think one of the reasons is because we don't like, adults unfortunately do not like to see children in public spaces. They don't want to deal with children. They believe that children are going to mess things up. They are dumb. They don't know anything. They don't have enough experience. So we shield them. We just hide them away in buildings for 7 hours a day, and we don't let them see the real world around us. And so what I believe, and this is really the title of this talk, is that we really should be transforming into a learning society where learning and living is exactly the same thing. There's no difference between the two. And I think that's what, when we saw the introduction of schooling in 1850 in the United States, compulsory schooling, what we've done is that we've treated schooling as this process that is completely separated from the rest of life, where you just go to school and you do this and you do stuff, and then everything else is contrary to that period of time. But imagine if life was just schools, was about libraries, was about learning in the real world. It's about apprenticeships and internships. Imagine how creative and successful and happy our children would eventually be. There's an experiment I'm working on in Loveland, Colorado, and they're trying to create a city as the school. So imagine if we turn these public spaces into learning environments where people are tinkering and collaborating, where there's age mixing, where adults and young people are working together on a regular basis. I think that's the best possibility for education today. I think that's when we realize that living and learning are indistinguishable, that young people deserve to be a part of adult life. They should be allowed to do real work, real projects, and engage with real people. I think that's the true revolution, the true transformation that is coming about. And so there are these pockets of great innovation around the world today. There's a community in India that's called Shikshantar, and they believe that people should be based on the same egalitarian platform. By that I mean, if you're a Harvard graduate or you're a community college dropout, you are equal in the eyes of resources and opportunities, that we should not discriminate against you just because you do not have a credential or a degree. And I think that's where the world is moving towards, where we're becoming a world that is based on egalitarian metrics and ideas of success, where we believe that children should be trusted to learn, that we shouldn't measure them inappropriately or surveil them inappropriately or invade their privacy. I think that's a world that is slowly coming about, but I think we need to pick up more steam in that regard. And so one day I think we can have a learning society where we have age mixing, where we have community problem solving, where we leave our houses and go into the town square, where we lose this sense of, where we gain this sense of community and egalitarian spirit. And I think there's a lot of remarkable people that are doing this on a daily basis. So I think that's where I'll end with right now. If there's really anything else, please don't hesitate to ask.
I need to repeat the questions into the mic. Would you say it again?
Do you mind typing the questions, or?
Yeah, here's the question. What was your educational experience as a child?
Yeah, so I'm 18, and so I went to 2 high schools. I moved from Bethpage, New York to Syosset, New York, when I was in the summer of 9th to 10th grade. And so my experience in school, it was very unfortunate because I consider myself to be an autodidact, so a self-directed learner. So I've been curating my own learning experiences through books, lectures, conversations, conferences, for my entire life. And yet school, it really hampered a lot of those abilities because it didn't let me go to these conferences, or I had to miss school for these great opportunities that I was getting. And so I wrote a book about my school experiences a few years ago. And most recently, I graduated from high school in January of 2013. And now I just finished writing a new book, which is really documenting some of the most radical educational experiments around the country, and what is working, and what can we really turn to turn to for solutions.
The question is how you feel about the current testing that's being put upon teachers and the amount of time committed to that test.
Yeah, so I would argue that the amount of standardized testing in this country has just skyrocketed, as many of you know, over the past decade or so. I mean, the phrase I like to use is basically we've been turning schools into test-taking factories with a culture of drill, kill, bubble, fill. And what we're really doing to children is so harmful and destructive. But fortunately, at the same time, there are these amazing movements that are coming around the country in cities like Seattle, in Philadelphia, in Chicago, in Providence, where young people, teachers, parents, and activists and community members are rising up and saying, we're not going to stand for this oppressive standardized testing regime any longer. We're going to opt our children out. We're going to refuse to take these tests. Because I think the major problem with standardized testing is that when we use these tests, we are yielding our control and our authority to these corporations. We're letting these corporations decide who is intelligent and who is not intelligent. We're giving them we're letting them be the arbiter of that metric, and I think that's a very dangerous thing to cede that control to them. And so I think we're seeing a lot of teachers revolting against these tests, and I think it's going to take some time, but I see this as being a very positive movement in the right direction.
Okay, Nikhil, thank you. Our next presenters are Michelle Pearson and Laura Israelson. They're titled Get Geeky with Primary Sources and 21st Century Learning. Michelle was an educator, a historic preservationist. She was the 2011 Colorado Teacher of the Year and half of the wonderful Geeky Teachers duo. The other half of this duo is Laura Israelson. Laura is a teacher librarian, and she teaches 21st Century Learning at Holstrom Options K-8-12 School.
Ready? Good. Got it? Can you hear me? Stand up for a second. I'm sorry, I'm a middle school teacher. I cannot handle the naps going on. So let's get moving for a second. We're going to get you going. We got some fun stuff in this presentation. Our goal is to really whack out some tools for you and give you some action. So go ahead and sit down. We don't mind if you use your computers. We don't mind if you use your devices.
We hope you do.
We hope you do. So just as Peggy said, I'm Michelle Pearson. I am a preservationist and an educator, and quite proud of it, very frankly. And History Colorado right now is my home. Laura and I have been working at Holstrom Options. Laura is the 2010 Library of the Year. So here's the Teacher Library Geek piece. But we actually started Two Geeky Teachers because of all the tech tools. We couldn't keep up. And the people we were talking to, well, they couldn't keep up either. So we started posting, we started blogging. And our goal today is to share some of these. And yes, we're geeky, so you're going to see stormtroopers. Yeah. And for you all in here, how many of you know that usually this time of day, that is your elementary kids? Okay? Or in the morning about 8:30, it's probably middle school. Okay, they're all a little grumpy. Well, hopefully, we're going to lead you into some discovery of some tools that can engage them throughout the day and use some really great resources that we have come to find. And then we're going to give you some access points. In the center of your table, there is a sheet that has QR codes. Could you pull that for us? Okay, you may need to share. Those QR codes, Laura will explain a little bit about them, but take that sheet and take a look and hold on to it. It's going to give you much more than what we're giving here in just this limited time. Laura?
Those of you who know us know that 10 tools in 10 minutes is a pretty big challenge for us. We like to talk. We like our tools and we're pretty excited. The first one that you will find is there's a QR code for Nearpod. And Nearpod is a classroom management tool that you can usually mostly use on iPads. I just finished a professional development with Nearpod. If you have Nearpod on your iPad, or if you want to hurry and download it, I'm also running Nearpod, this presentation through Nearpod, so you can get a taste of what Nearpod is. But everything that I have on my computer on this presentation, I control the feed that the kids get through their Nearpod or through their device online. So the code is CQJOL if you're able to log on. But Nearpod allows you to quiz in the moment. They can take a picture or add a picture, a primary source. They can draw on it. They can turn it back into me. I've got control up here of the teacher with Nearpod, and I can put their picture with what they've circled up on the screen. There's so many tools inside of this. We've had a lot of questions around how do we handle this one-to-one or BYOD device with all the kids on their own device, and this is a great management system that engages everybody. So if you're on Nearpod, we'll see you, and I'll be running this presentation from there too. But check it out. It will change your life.
Okay, so we're going to start off with some tools, and we're going to try and go fast. This is in the model of the Google Summit that we attended. It's a Rocky Mountain Summit that happened up in Boulder. There are many of them that happen in the region, but we love them. And these give an opportunity for us to learn tools, share ideas. This one came out of a Google Ed Camp. Started using it. I'd seen it before, but it's called Dumper. This is a way for you to take your primary source and actually make it into a line drawing. We've seen some people do this maybe with their avatar on Facebook or Twitter, but you can see here, it's a little hard to see up because of the projection, but you can see George Washington and also Ford over here in the right-hand corner. But this is quick, down, and dirty for your kids. And if you're saying, how am I going to use a primary source with my little guys? And you're like, I wish that was a coloring book page. Guess what? Snow Day resource right here. When you've got them inside in a playground, you know what I'm saying, you can't go out. Try this one. Really great also for buildings. If you're looking at the style of buildings, you can reduce the extraneous colors and all of that and really look at architecture features. We use this in the classroom a lot with students. So Dumper, that's one of the first tools.
We hope you're noticing too that we created this presentation in Haiku Deck. If you have not seen Haiku Deck, get out of your PowerPoint, go into Haiku Deck, and it's another presentation tool, but these pictures inside of Haiku Deck are amazing. And it's a great resource to create a new presentation. But Storybird has these beautiful pictures, and the kids can choose their picture inside of Storybird, a picture like this, and you can see some of the options around the edge, and then they start to write their story. So we've had some great fun. You could import a primary source and create a book about that, and in the end you get a flip book that you can embed or link to, or they can put it into their personal portfolios. So we have loved this resource, and the pictures are so beautiful they just almost write the stories themselves.
And a collection of primary sources, what a great way to show change over time, what a great way to tie a topic, do some collaborative learning and a presentation as well. One tab, own up. How many of you guys right now on your computer have at least 10 tabs open? Yeah, I know some of you all do. I'm really bad about it, and it's really bad when I go into her library because she's famous for 20 across the top.
Stop.
Yes, true. Own it. So one tab, really great resource, free, online, takes very little memory. It reduces those open tabs into one collating tab for you, and it rocks. I mean, if you're somebody that has to have stuff open, wants things organized, wants sometimes your student to be able to use your desktop machine and you don't want all your tabs open for them, this will bring those tabs in, reduce the amount of memory that's going through your computer, and give you faster access on your desktop, but an organizational feature as well. Really great tool for teachers.
This tool, Telegami, I just recently found this, and I have used Voki and Blabberize and some other things to give kids direction. Telegami lets you create your own avatar, but you have a QR code to a Telegami that I created and I took the picture of my library, so my little avatar is standing in my library, so if you want to see what my library looks like, you can look at that, and I'm giving you a little message about Teacher Librarian Days. But what a fun thing with kids. We were just in a class where all the kids had their iPads. They made a telegami about, they had to explain what was going on and with a science procedure. And then they used their Apple TV to shoot their finished telegami up on the screen and share it with everybody. They were completely engaged, fun way to give directions, parent communication, lots of different ways to use telegami and to use them with primary sources. So wonderful because your avatar stands, just like I'm standing in my library, can stand in a picture in the 1800s and tell about it. So try telegami.
Video not. Wow. Okay, this kind of transformed what I'm doing. It actually has transformed a bit of what one of my partners here with the State Historical Fund is doing as well. Video not allows you to annotate a video and timestamp it as you're watching it. And you know, we have a lot of kids that have struggles, maybe those struggles with writing, manipulating a pencil to be able to get down content. They're watching the video, writing the notes, stopping, doing all this. You can actually take a look at this video and you can annotate it as you go. The partner that I'm actually working with is working with oral histories, and they're annotating those oral histories on architects, and they're able to note within those oral histories the clips that they're going to be using for public service announcements. And they're using this tool. Simple, easy, you connect with Google Drive, it'll save it into the drive, it changes, it transforms what you do with video. Really neat as well to use this in a flipped classroom environment. Bring your kids into it, have them look at a video, have them annotate it. If you want to cheat, you can use one classroom code and have all of them log in and annotate the same video so that you have that on there. And use that as the point of discussion for the following day. It's easy, it's simple, it's intuitive for kids. It actually is a huge change from what we've done, and it self-times it so you can go back and click and move across all the different sections that you've annotated and see in balloon format, timeline format, exactly what's in that video. Great for primary sources. This rocks with the Edison videos that are in the Library of Congress collection, which are some of the best videos. It's actually with one of our partners in California, but fantastic silent videos. And this gives kids an opportunity to view them once they're downloaded and annotate what they're seeing, putting those analysis skills right into place. Pretty neat.
All right, so the librarians in the room, here's some Google tips. In our district, and probably many of you too, our kids starting in 3rd grade have their own Gmail account, their own Google account. So we're taking advantage of Google all the time. And I want to give you a few of my favorite tips lately. This one is a search tip. This just I just learned about this in Google. You guys are probably way ahead of me. You can go to search tools and in search images, go to search tools, and then go to usage rights. What a great conversation to have with kids. So now you can, it's filtering it for you about copyright, which pictures you have permission to use, which pictures you don't have permission to use, and it sorts it right there. Love that. Another tip in Google with searching, you can also search the web, but you can go to those same tools and go to reading level. And then I can sort for my kids by basic, intermediate, or advanced. So I can differentiate for the kids in my class with the reading level of what they're finding based on what they're researching. Connected classrooms. What? Search tools when you go into Google, and I'll come down and show you after too. But if you just search the main bar, then you get more, and you just click search tools, and it gives you all those options. Connected classrooms, you need a Google Plus account, but suddenly, and if you go to the Connected Classrooms through your Google, they list field trips, virtual field trips every day. So you could have a field trip with a museum across the country, around the world. It also connects you with other teachers who want to do a mystery hangout or all kinds of resources. So there are lots of people are bringing these wonderful places to you and to your classroom and interacting with you inside of Connected Classrooms, and it's giving you this updated feed every day of what's available. This is something that we have. I'm at a K-8, and in our Google apps, you have Google Sites. So our kids have created a portfolio in Google Sites, and they add to it throughout their time at our school so that by the time they leave our school, they have, yes, thank you. They have an example of their digital learning all the way through, from kindergarten all the way through 8th grade, and they're taking these, and Michelle will tell you a little bit more about that too, and using these to get into specialized high school programs, to have a record of their learning. My favorite part of it is that they're reflecting on their learning, reflecting on their experiences, and they have these tech projects embedded in a portfolio.
And let's talk about that. Our kids, now that we have established this, how many of you guys have used PB Works? Sound familiar? Or Wikispaces, something like that as a portfolio for your students. We've got students who started that. In fact, our very first Preserve America Youth Summit that happened with the launch of Sand Creek Massacre down south, that was the first year we started using wikis as portfolios. Those students are now in their last 2 years of college. Many of them used their wiki and their portfolio to move into an advanced program. We have 2 that got a Betcher Scholarship, full ride, another full ride to Colorado School of Mines, based on this, their virtual work, their reflection, what they did, and they're still using them. They're still adding to them, they're still changing them. So having this embedded within Google is really neat. Sometimes I worry about that because of the proprietary piece, but at the same time, I think it's really important that students understand the power of an engine, the power of an organization with all these different tools. And frankly, when these tools are being used out in the business world, one of the key goals in Colorado is workforce readiness skills, authentic learning, and application of what they're doing. This right here is what they're going to be using in the real world. That's what we want them to do. You know, when we took some kids just recently up to look at disaster preparedness and disaster recovery up in Boulder, they sat down and said, why don't you have a list of tools within Google that shows survey sites, that shows exactly what needs to be done to get out of the disaster phase and get into recovery. We had a lot of people in the community that said, how do you know this? The kids said, well, I've been using it since 3rd grade, which is legit. They have been. Quick poll. Love this one. Don't need an account. Yay for all of us who have filters and things in the schools. We can't sometimes get through some things. Quick poll is really neat. You may have heard poll everywhere. Quick poll, you can actually set up your poll question. You stick your poll question up, you put your answers in, you choose how many days you're going to allow that voting to happen, and then they're going to ask you just a key question to make sure you're not a robot, okay? And then create the poll. Once you create that poll, it's going to give you a code. You can post that code on Twitter, you can post it on Facebook, you can use it to your social media delight, you can put it for parents on a website, you can stick it out in the field and use it for your kids to get feedback before they come into a classroom, to evaluate, do that formative assessment piece, but you don't have to sign up with an email account. You don't have to do any of that. So it's quick and easy. Put the learning in the hands of your students. Have them create a poll about primary sources, about a place, about a photo, and have them create this for their peers. Post the codes on a classroom site, Edmodo or Schoology, and see what happens.
This is Newsella, and this may rock your world a little bit. I'm not even sure how they do it, but I've gone in and tried it over and over. This is a site that uses current events, and they actually go in for each current event, and so what better primary source than what's happening today? And you can get into Newsella, and then you can search. So I've got this one article, and it gives you different categories: kids, science, what's going on in sports, all kinds of different topics at the top. And then you can choose one article, and then over on this side, you can change that article to read in different Lexile levels. So you may need a 500 Lexile to read about turtles, and you may need a 1300 to read about turtles. And you've signed up. It's a classroom account, so I can throw that article at a 500 Lexile at you and throw it at you at a 1300 Lexile. All of us read about it at our level, and then we're all ready to talk about it and talk about the same article. It's pretty amazing site.
And huge for middle school students who may struggle with reading, high school students who may as well. It does not call them out.
Right.
They're still doing the same as their peers.
And
so
many of them
cool.
have, like this one, have quizzes that are embedded inside of that site as well.
So
pretty cool, and it's free.
It's all about
and
free
we're
for
all,
us.
And it's more of that interacting with nonfiction text that Common Core is pushing us to as well.
Okay, the next one. So this one, Symbaloo, if you don't know it, it's yet another bookmarking tool, pretty cool. In fact, it's great to use for visual bookmarking for your students. I use it because I can't stand complicated websites. They annoy me. And so I just don't want to deal with it. So I'll set it up in a visual format. So in a visual format, it's going to come up looking like this. This one actually is a Symbaloo that has over 140 resources for primary sources, the top ones in the country. In fact, you'll see a lot of them are Library of Congress, but they're specific collection directed. So the ones over on your left side are going to be American history, note the flag. The ones up at the top, art, humanities, music. The ones over here on the right are going to be interesting ones that are maybe resources, such as some National Archives work, the Department of Vital Records. We've got teaching with historic places there. That's going to be record-based. And then here at the bottom is your world history. These are going to be the ones that are going to support those classes, such as 6th grade and 7th grade geography, which teachers often say, I don't have primary sources for that. Really? Watch me. They're up there. Okay, now here's the great thing. If you take this page right here on the bottom and where it says happy birthday with the cupcake, that is going to be the Symbaloo. You can actually click on this. It'll take you into Symbaloo if you create an account. We've shared this with you so you have access to those 130 some primary source sites. They are all hot links that will go directly to those locations. And as a surprise, embedded in some of them are seriously cool professional development, like one of my favorite in the whole world, the Library of Congress Summer Institutes, also the Gilder Lehrman Institutes, NEH. This, guys, is really access to all of those national resources with our government, too, that are sometimes a little harder to access. Laura has used this in a different way, too, and some of my students have. You can organize this by color for certain subjects that students may be studying, and tell them what you've done with it. It's pretty cool.
When you're done with a project, we put all of the students' projects into a Symbaloo. So then you can give out one QR code or one web link to parents, to kids, and have access to the whole classroom's set of whatever they finished. We just finished Ecosystem Glogsters with our 7th graders and made a Symbaloo. So we had a Symbaloo of everybody in one. So a great, authentic way to share.
And as a quick side note, we're using this in business too. I have some people that struggled with finding grant resources and also research resources on even our website here. So I created a Symbaloo for them so that they can just click on that and get to a grant application. They can get to our Compass system. They can get to our register section of our website quite easily, just visually.
We just threw this in, a quick SAMR model, and you'll be able to get to that from the QR code. Ask yourselves these questions. How are you using technology in your libraries, in your classrooms? Are you just substituting it, or have you moved all the way over to redefining how you use technology? And these are some great examples and a wonderful conversation to start having and some reflection to have with yourself, too. Where are you with your technology use, and what are you doing?
All right, we're going to get in trouble because we're over time.
Oh, we are over time.
Slam, there you go. That's the 10 tools from us, but before we do anything else,
one more thing.
We have one more thing.
You have a QR code on your table. It's a link to a doc. You have a lot of QR codes, but there's a link to a doc that was started at Ed Camp in Denver a couple of weeks ago. It's a list of resources from other technology teachers around the Denver metro area. Add to it. It's open. It's a shareable document. Get in there, see what they're doing. Our presentation's in there, so you can remind you of some of these.
10 tools,
but we'd love to know, what do you like? So add to that tool, add to that document.
Now see, Peggy's over here, and this is perfect because we want her up here. Stand up for me. Put your technology devices down for a second. Because, Peggy, come here, please.
Just when you thought this outfit couldn't get any cuter.
Okay, get up here. So we're going to have a little bit of fun because we need to really honor TLD. We've been passionate about technology and primary sources for many, many years. We know you have too. So let's sing happy birthday. All right, you ready? Happy birthday, TLD. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, TLD. Happy birthday to you. Now, will you forgive us for going over 3 minutes?
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
See you online.
There we go. Thank you, Michelle and Laura. Okay, we are getting toward the end. We have 2 more speakers. I want to mention there are the yellow sheets are the evaluation sheets on your table, and please don't forget to fill those out before you leave today. They are what help us make this better and better each year. Our next speaker, Allende Russell, is a 2001 National Poetry Slam champion. He is a nationally touring performer, a musician, and recently featured on TV One entertainment series Verses and Flow. Allende also serves as a program manager for a Denver-based positive youth development program called A Promising Future.
Taylor, if you're controlling sound back there, you might want to pull me back just a little bit, because it's going to get a little loud. Yeah? Huh? If that helps. I don't know. Ooh. You ready for me? Maybe a little bit more. Yeah? That's, yeah. All right. Maybe we'll live and learn. Maybe we'll crash and burn. Maybe you'll stay, maybe you'll leave. Maybe we'll return. Maybe another fight. Maybe we won't survive. Or maybe we'll grow. You never know, baby. You and I were just ordinary people. We don't know which way to go, 'cause we're ordinary people. Maybe we should take it slow. A poem. A poem should listen to redwood trees. It should sit in places with roots and give its ear to the soil. A poem should have nerve endings and teeth. It should turn the arms or the veins into barbed wire and numb the arms until it gets written. A poem should own a rocking chair and something warm that your grandmother's hands have made. It is rich tobacco in your grandfather's breast pocket. It is everything whole before it is burned and everything after in ashes. A poem may bite the hand that feeds it. It dies 1,000 times before we let it keep its skin. A poem is not afraid to politic. It should know where Alaska is on a map. And it should also know that you cannot see Russia from its shores. A poem remembers the children of Rwanda and Tibet, of Vietnam. It remembers the students of Ethiopia and Alabama. It chronicles every hoarse throat from protest, every stone that they had to throw, and every shovel full of dirt heaped over their bodies. A poem does not need a United Nations tribunal to call that genocide, because a poem knows that blood does not cry wolf. And then in its last line, a poem should be immune to gravity. It should close like the life of one Nelson Mandela, like an epilogue from Langston Hughes or Toni Morrison or Maya Angelou. A poem should be redemption song. Won't you help me sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause everything I see, it's redemption song. Redemption. We're going to jump into some stuff. How many of y'all have been to like a slam poetry reading before, or like you're doing like a slam poetry unit at your school, you know that people do? Does that happen at your schools? Slam poetry readings at your schools? Yeah? Okay, then our subculture is growing. It's pretty awesome. I've participated in slam poetry in our local community for the last 7 years now, and it's been really fantastic. In 2011, the team that I was on, we won the National Poetry Slam Championship, and that was amazing. But what I've learned and what poetry has gifted me is so much bigger than like the title that we won that really nobody knows what it is. So for me, poetry has been more about what I'm calling the chemistry of connection than anything else. All right, let me read you a quote from Carl Sandburg, 3-time Pulitzer Prize winner, 2 of those times poetry. This is what he says about poetry. He says, poetry is a puppet show where riders of skyrockets and divers of sea fathoms gossip about the sixth sense and the fourth dimension. Everybody got that? Right. I'm not sure I do either, but that's the fun of it. I am, however, really drawn to this fourth dimension concept because I'm kind of a geek too. Thank you, teachers, geek teachers, for representing the cause for us. I appreciate that. The fourth dimension for me and some of my explorations on YouTube rendered the following result, that a lot of times when people want to talk about the fourth dimension, they involve time as a fourth dimensional element. And I find that to be a really important concept for the way that I break down how poetry creates connection. So, what do you all see up here on the screen? You see water. Can you drink that? No. Why is that? Because this ain't really water, is it? Now, this is a word, right? And a word is what? A word is a symbol. Thank you for saying that. A word is a symbol, okay? Which means that a word is something that exists in relationship, right? Even the smaller parts of words, the letters that make up this word, are symbols. Remember phonics? Yeah? Those letters are symbols for sounds. Sounds. There's a lot of learning that's gone into our understanding of language. A lot of teaching by association, a lot of relationship. A lot of relationship. But here's the thing. A lot of you are going to recognize this word because you have a relationship with the language that this word is written in, correct? There's another image I wanted to put up here. It's a kanji symbol for the Japanese word for water, which is misu. Anybody familiar with the Japanese word for water? No. A couple people? Yes. Huh? If I put that up here, we would have got a very different response to what is this, right? Because we've had to be taught a relationship in order to understand this symbol. Here's what poetry is to me. Poetry is highly dependent upon image-based rhetorical devices. And for me, the power of using imagery is all about connecting people with shared experience. All right. Shared experience, which is the reason why we all know what this word is. Because we've had a shared experience. Every word has a story behind it. Every word does. And sometimes when you tap into an image, you tap into a person's experience or a story associated with that image, which is what makes it so powerful. When you do that, all of a sudden now we're engaged in a dialogue, not a monologue, because I'm relying as much upon you to absorb what I'm giving via the experiences that you have, your ability to recreate those images, use your imagination, your ability to recreate those images so that we have a shared experience. Language at its heart is about relationship. Poetry is an opportunity for people to share their story with the language. So, that said, I feel like it's only more appropriate, because I'm the poet guy, to maybe give you some more poems. Would that be okay? I write to expose the golden hook, to call out the monster who casts the line. I write to engage the truth. I write to engage the truth. I write to know the things born below, the thing that wakes from sleep in my gut. I write it, the white flag, the surrender of my breastplate. When it surrenders, I write the dark side of the moon, what the subconscious expels, what the night visions tell. I write the new in mind. I write the new that I find, the stew, the broth, the silent brew, the living tales, the ones that swell, the chemic in his lab. I write the chemic, and the things that boil over in his tests. I write the voice. When the patches come to life, I write the voice of the creature come to life. I make the story. I won't let it be lonely, won't let it cry itself to sleep, to keep our voices alive. I write to keep our voices alive because the poetry is dialogue, because the words have souls themselves, because I don't want to make story with bullets, because the world is sometimes making story with bullets, and I write to devour the fear, that fear, and the fear that does not matter. I write to devour the fear that art does not matter, and I am writing to know myself, and it matters. I know that it matters, and I will know it, myself. I will know myself, know it, yourself, so you know yourself. 1 minute left. I'm watching my screen very carefully here. So I guess to conclude somewhat, because I'm an educator too in a different sense. I work for a nonprofit organization that does positive youth development. And what I'm challenging students to do in the classes that I get to lead is to question and dig into the stories that they've told themselves behind what they've learned, not just in their educational setting, but in life in general. I want them to question the story, because what's implied or what's embedded in a story are not just experiences, not just lived experiences, but also conclusions that we make as a part of our lived experiences. Our stories are they're woven together from the truths of the realities we experience and the conclusions that we come to based on those realities, and then we tell our narrative. Our experiences are givens, but our conclusions are not. The conclusions that we make are always negotiable. But in order to get to those, we have to listen to ourselves more deeply. And if we're going to get connected to one another, to understand why we've come to the conclusions that we have to get a lot more skilled in the art of listening than the art of self-defense. Yeah? So thank you for your time. I appreciate you. We have just a little bit of time left, so we could go with a Q&A, yeah? Is that really 1 minute? Yeah? I'm just checking, because I saw it go 2 and then 1, and I was like, oh shoot, what's going on? You want me to sing? I can do that. I can sing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I've got a card, so I can give that to you, number one, right? And the reason why I advocate having my card is because I'm connected to a lot of poets that are in this community who are doing amazing work with youth, who are creating curriculum. There's currently some curriculum being used in Denver public schools by 2 slam poets that I know. And so there's tools that already exist that you can use. There are a number of videos online, and so I'd love to point you out to some of those resources. Here's some tags that you can use to do some searches. Brave New Voices. Okay? It is a yearly convention that happens for youth poets, all teenagers, and it's a national competition. If you look up Brave New Voices on YouTube or on the web, you're going to get a whole crazy upload of years of videos from students that have performed in that arena. That would be an incredible tool, I think, multimedia tool for you to use. And then you can go from there too. Any other questions? No? Thanks. Love being a geek. If I can join y'all at another time, maybe I'll sing then, because I think my time has come to a close. So thanks again for having me.
And our last speaker today, Aaron Cole. Aaron is the assistant historian at this wonderful building, History Colorado. She's one of the lead developers of History Colorado's newest exhibit, The Living West, which looks at the relationship between Coloradans and their environment. She is a PhD candidate at the University of New Mexico, specializing in urban history, environmental history, and history of the 20th century American West. So, Erin.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. First off, I just want to thank you on behalf of History Colorado for being here today. Again, it's amazing to have events like this here in the museum. It helps us kind of feel a lot more engaged in our communities, and we love to be connected with teachers and librarians and all of the other speakers. You know, I mean, just having you in the building is really amazing. So I want to say thank you on behalf of History Colorado for being here. So again, what I'm here to talk about today is how we use kind of powerful personal stories to engage audiences with the past. So for some of you, your audience is your students. For others, it's library patrons or others. For me, it's museum visitors. So today I'm going to talk about how we've essentially used personal stories to make really complex events kind of relevant and emotionally engaging for visitors. But I also know that I'm the last speaker of the day. And I mean, following Allende is a really hard job. So I'm sorry I can't sing for you. I used to sing, but I'm not so good at it anymore. So, I know it's late in the afternoon, and when I go to things like this, I'm at the time in the afternoon when I'd rather listen to a cocktail than another speaker. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually just going to tell you guys a story. So I'm going to tell you about a woman named Mamie Stagner. So Mamie Stagner was a farmer's wife in Campo, Colorado. So she lived in there in the 1930s. So Mamie Stagner lived through this. So she lived through the Dust Bowl, one of the worst environmental disasters in American history. So Campo is in Baca County, not far from the Colorado-Oklahoma state line. So Baca County is the farthest southeastern corner of Colorado, and it was the part of the southeastern plains hardest hit by the Dust Bowl. So it was essentially called the epicenter of the Dust Bowl. So Mamie Stagner's story is the history of Baca County in miniature. So her family migrated there from Kansas in the early 20th century. She and her husband Bert grew up on homesteads, and they fell in love, they married early, and they tried to establish their own farm in the early 1930s, which is a really bad time to farm on the plains. So in some ways they were lucky. Bert was a farmer, he was a carpenter in addition to being a farmer, so they had a little bit of financial stability during essentially the worst parts of the Great Depression, but the 1930s are still rough. So the reason we know about Mamie Stagner is that in the 1980s, somebody interviewed her and recorded an oral history that is one of the most amazing histories I've ever read about the Dust Bowl. So just her descriptions of life on the plains are amazing. So I can't really do it justice, so I'm actually going to read you her description of a dust storm just like this one. Quote, "It was one of the most horrifying things I have ever seen in my life. It was like a great big black wall coming in. There were brown spots in it and sort of greenish looking spots, and it looked like a million whirlwinds all right in on one another, just in one big whirl. We watched it, and it just came closer, and then we ran back down to the house. We were just stunned, and we didn't know what to do. There wasn't anything we could do. It was just kind of like a wall falling down on us. Rabbits were running in front of it, and birds were flying, and even a coyote went across our place. Everything was horrified. We shut the door, and we bolted it just as the thing hit the front. It was so black outside, so black inside, we couldn't see one thing beyond our window pane. We waited, and finally we put cloths over our faces and wet them so we could kind of breathe through them, so it was stuffy and full of dust," unquote. So these dust storms were not only irritating, but they made Mamie Stagner and her family lose hope in the future. So, because the bad thing about the Dust Bowl was not just the storms, it was not just the Depression, it was the fact that people really lost sense that things might be better one day. But Mamie refused to give up. One day, she wanted something better for her family, so she sat down and wrote a letter to President Franklin Roosevelt. Quote, "I told him that we were wanting to get out of there, And we wanted a place of our own. And we were not asking for anything to be given to us. We were willing to pay, but we were wanting a chance to have a home and live a decent life. So within a week, I had a letter from President Roosevelt, and he had signed it. He told me that he had put our papers in the right places and that we should be hearing from headquarters in Amarillo, Texas in just a short time. So it seemed like an awful long time, but finally we got a letter telling us to be here in the San Luis Valley on the 9th day of June. It welcomed us to our future home. I'll tell you, it was one of the most beautiful letters that we ever had in our life, unquote. So eventually the Stagners learned they had been accepted into a new government program called the Resettlement Administration. The government paid for the Stagners and nearly 200 other Colorado families to be relocated from the dusty plains to more fertile and well-irrigated areas of Colorado. So the Stagners moved from Baca County to the San Luis Valley, where they moved in a brand new house on brand new land. So eventually, they come back to Baca County. I mean, Alamosa apparently had way too many mosquitoes for the Stagners. So, but they flourished there. It flourished in the years there. They had a nice home. They had good fields. They had healthy livestock. And their children were doing well in school. In the 1930s, these are things that are actually very scarce to come by. So anyway, so I told you, the reason I shared you the story of Mamie Stagner is because we use the story of Mamie Stagner here in the museum. So I was, as previously mentioned, I was essentially one of the developers on a museum exhibit called Living West, which is an environmental history of Colorado. Actually, I'll just have an aside. So we're open till 5 today. So after you're done, if you have time, you are free to look around the exhibits in our museum. So if you have time, we have stuff on the first floor, we have stuff on the second floor. Living West is on the second floor. So anyway, so Living West is a environmental history of Colorado. It looks how people have shaped their environment and how the environment has shaped Coloradans over the last 800 years. So it's a very new kind of exhibit for a history museum to do, and it's really risky. It's also a big, complex story. I mean, there's something about the topic of the environment in some ways that's hard to kind of parse out, hard to make kind of, it feels relevant, but it also feels kind of scary. So it was a really, really risky exhibit for us to do, and we were always kind of trying to think of the ways that we're going to connect museum audiences to the story of the environment. Because again, like the thing about working in museums is people choose to come here. So, they pay admission, they want something kind of entertaining, they want something they can do with their families. We don't give people quizzes when they're done, like here, like before you can exit, you need to answer at least 3 of these 4 questions correctly. So it's a different kind of, engagement that we have with our audiences. So we need to make things kind of accessible and personally relevant to them in order to kind of reach the people who go to museums. So when we were developing, Living West, we had these 3 really overriding concerns. And this is where Mamie Stagner comes in. So the first concern was coming from people outside the exhibit team, from like other people in the museum, the media, potential visitors. And that was, why is a history museum doing an exhibit about the environment? That's not really history. That's geology, that's biology, that's any random assortment of the environmental sciences. That belongs in a science museum. So that's one question we were dealing with. On the internal team, our question was, okay, we know why the environment is important, but how do we take this like complex, potentially off-putting, and essentially kind of abstract topic and make it interesting and engaging and relevant to audiences? So that's the second question. And the third one was my own question that I had. So I'm actually trained as an academic historian, and I've spent almost my entire career here at History Colorado unlearning how to be an academic historian. So, back when I was teaching, I had a really direct way to essentially link my audience to the content. I'd just be like, well, that's on the test, so you'd better write that down. So I can't do that now. So, but again, I was trained as an environmental historian, and which is a really rich and complex and creative field, but it also deals with these kind of big picture questions. So my concern was, how do I take this really kind of awesome and interesting body of knowledge and boil it down and make it kind of interesting, engaging to people who are essentially very, in many ways, very different than me. They're not people who are willing to go to like graduate school for 10 years to, kind of become underemployed. So, so anyway, there's a couple of ways that we did this. One is that we broke the story of Colorado's environment into 3 places and times and events. So first off, we look at Mesa Verde. So we look how the ancestral Pueblo people in the Mesa Verde region adapted to their environment, how they used farming and agriculture, and how environmental stress eventually kind of was one of the reasons why they eventually leave the Mesa Verde region. The second, you might have guessed, we talk about the Dust Bowl on the southeastern Colorado plains. And we look at how people, plows, debt, and drought combined to create essentially one of the worst environmental disasters in American history. The third thing we look at is the present-day Rocky Mountains. I mean, Coloradans love the mountains. And what we do is that we kind of point out that there's more people working and playing and living in the mountains at the time when Colorado is becoming hotter and drier. So because of climate change, our snowpack levels are declining, wildfires are becoming larger and more destructive. So we kind of place you in the present and start to ask questions about how it is that we kind of create a better future. So the other thing we do is we talked about is we essentially use personal stories like Mamie Stagner. So Mamie and people just like her. Again, we went to thousands, not dozens of personal accounts looking for the Dust Bowl, make the story of the Dust Bowl and the environment accessible. They make it emotionally engaging. They give people kind of an emotional open to a large and complex topic. Because the environment, it is about mountains and plains and rattlesnakes and water and elk, but really it's a story about people. It's about people's hopes and their fears and their vision for what society should be like. So Living West in the end isn't really about the environment. It's about people. It's about the choices that people made to live, thrive, and in many cases leave, because the Stagners leave places that they really love. That's what makes it history. That's what makes it a perfect story for a place like History Colorado. So the Dust Bowl is in part a human-caused event, and we don't ever want to kind of get use story to kind of obscure that. Farmers over-tilled their fields in ways that left their farms and families really vulnerable when drought comes back in the 1930s. And the Great Depression makes the American economy essentially collapse. We know that now, and in some ways it's really easy to point the finger, but personal stories not only give you that kind of they also build a sense of historical empathy, which is really what we want to do here. After all, it's not the dust storms of the Dust Bowl that make the story interesting. It's how people are really affected by these storms. Like, what is it like to be surrounded by dust like that? What is it like to be in the dark and not be able to breathe, to be holding kind of wet washcloths over your babies and hope that they kind of make it too? What is it like to essentially sit down and write a letter to the president at a time when thousands of letters are streaming into the White House mailroom every day? I mean, that's a real leap of faith on the part of Mamie Stagner. But you can also step back and look at other stories. How is it that people decided to homestead in one of the remotest parts of the Southern Plains? How did people decide to eventually leave their lands and their dreams behind to look for a better future elsewhere? How did people learn to essentially farm in ways that were a little bit more sensitive to kind of the kind of fragile plains environment? And overall, the really big picture thing, how did we cause these problems to begin with? So you can't get to that part without really starting with like the sense of empathy. How did this happen in the first place? So anyway, Mamie Stagner helped us realize we really need to focus on people themselves in order to connect our museum audiences with a large and complex and potentially kind of off-putting story. She helped us realize that in order to make Living West not seem like it was a science museum exhibit, we had to make this about people. People who made choices that impacted their lands, their homes, and their families in good, bad, and often completely unexpected ways. So because the goal of Living West is to connect past to the present so we can make good choices for the future. So unless we can put ourselves in the shoes of people in the past through their stories and understand why it is that they do the things that they did, we're never going to be able to make the choices that we need in order to sustain Colorado's future. So, thank you. I hope you, again, I invite you on the behalf of History Colorado to go look at our exhibits. So again, thank you.
Okay, we're at the end of a very good day. I just want to remind you one more time to fill out your evaluations, and I have a few thank yous, and then we'll do the raffle. Thank you to all of our presenters, J.J. Rutherford, Brian Collier, Leslie Maniotis, David Lyons, Joan Jahelica, Yuan Melvin, Mark Chun, Stephen Coleman, Mary Johnson, Jason Hansen, Stephanie Hartman, Mikhail Goyle, Michelle Pearson, Laura Israel, Ayenda Russell, and Aaron Cole. Thank you all. I also, thank you. I also want to thank our technical team in the back with our live streaming. You can, by the way, go back and look at this whole thing on YouTube. You can just search for TPS MSU Denver on YouTube, and all of today is up there. I want to thank Scott Hauk and students Jake Holgerson, Tim Nickel, and Bailey Gagan from MSU Denver for their help with the video and the live stream. Carol Chasden, who's interviewed some of you, she continues to help us evaluate TLD and make it better every day. Also want a big thank you to our co-sponsors, including Bill Convery, J.J. Rutherford, Aaron Cole, Michelle Pearson, and especially April Legg, who, with all of her help with the planning. Thank you to all of you. And finally, as you can imagine, an event such as TLD is the result of months of design, planning, and execution. This year, we added the complexity of social media and video streaming. I can't say enough about the professionalism and the expertise of the TPS staff that I'm lucky enough to manage and how they pull this off year after year. I want to thank Crystal Gallegos. She's the glue that holds TLD together and takes care of facilities, payments like your sub-pay, know her name, and pitching in wherever we need her. A lot of you through the years have known Taylor Kendall in the back. Taylor he's immensely talented and incredibly patient, especially with me. Taylor's vision is one of those that drives TLD each year. Keith Patterson, he really is the one that sees the big picture and takes care of all the small details. His leadership, collaborative spirit, and technical knowledge is what gives TLD its polish and its panache. And Todd Wolf, he has a hand in almost every aspect of TLD. He's done an outstanding job this year in designing and executing our video streaming and social media strategy. So check our TPS social media outlets and you'll find Todd's signature on those. And last, I want to thank Lee Ridley. She's a new intern with us. She jumped in wherever we needed her, writing, social media, logistics. She's a great intern and she's on her way to a great career. I think finally I want to thank you, your busy teachers, and getting away from your classrooms for a day of professional development takes commitment and dedication. Thank you for being part of TLD 2014, and we hope to see you at TLD 2015. Thank you.